Come on now. No sampling. Uh, uh, uh. You know something, Neil? You was the only person that I didn't notify. I didn't notify you and Mud Duck. And of course, the notifications didn't go out. Even though I set the show up at 8:50 something. The notifications didn't go out to the two people that I didn't send the notifications to. I'm in the mood for one more song. I hope I don't bug y'all to death. Just one more song, y'all. This isn't a religious topic.
Yo, this Bro Darryl, the one man show, coming at you with a remix. I know this is something you can get with, because we all want cash. We all want to be wealthy.
Hey, that's Mud Duck. Hey.
Here comes my intro. Yo, when it comes to women, I'm selfish. I don't want to share them. I want to be rich so I can own a ham. Most brothers can't satisfy one. Shucks, give me 5 and I'll make them all come. Shoot, give me 6 or 7 and I'll be in heaven. But ain't nobody in this world want to give me nothing. To get something, you have to earn it or take it. The ends justify the means, so take it any way you can get it. Don't sweat how, just get it. I want to die in Baltimore, but not poor. I want to be chilling with my minions on the eastern shore or the suburbs of DC. Yo, nod your head if you're feeling me. I don't want an apartment or Freddie or home. I want 5 acres so my seed can roam the prairie. And I can have parties and mad cookouts. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some say I'm never satisfied. That's true, but you can always do better. So realize, wake up and smell the coffee. I'm getting that man joke off me. I refuse to label all my life as I wrote. That's not a joke, but that's the lifestyle of my black folks. Unless you got talent, and that's no guarantee. You got to have smart, a lot of heart, and that describes me. Yo, I want to make $1 million, have money spending, God willing, I'm going to make it. And no man, no government or army is ever going to take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Money is what I want. I want to be rich so when I come outside, I see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo, I need to make $1 million. I know y'all feeling this. Yo, if you ain't down, you can't get with this. Check out this hit, check out the rhymes I spit. I'm setting it off, doing my own thing, blasting off. I'm my own boss, I want to make $1 million and be filthy rich. I want gold, I want to roll, but I'm not willing to sell my soul. I can't throw a football, don't possess the height to dunk. Can't box like Tyson, but I ain't no punk. I want to be iced down, surrounded by girls. I want to tame the world. Be a community activist on a nationwide level. High advisors to keep me out of trouble because it follows me wherever I go, because when a road grows, I will try to slow down. A brother who reaching for the stars, I want it all. A mansion, a business, and fancy cars, one for each day of the week, with the tinted windows so you hoes and bros can't peek at who I'm riding with. I be sitting off the couch, I be talking making faces. The Alps and Jamaica be the places I visit for vacation. I want a maid and a butler to be my personal slave, and I would be for those who need help. When I get rich, I won't keep it all to myself. Yo, I need to make $1 million, have money spending, God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no government or army will ever take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Money is what I want. I'm trying to get rich, yo. When I come outside, I want to see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo, I need to make $1 million. Yo, I want to be rich so I can hit every bit in the lane. I want to find a cure for AIDS so I can stay laid. Brothers want to stay paid, but I want to be wealthy with no financial worries. I want to be buried in a tomb near a lagoon or pond. I wish I had a magic wand, and with one wave, my troubles would be gone. And no one close to me would ever shed a tear. 1970 was a good year, I know, because that's the year I was born. My mom's name is Dark, which is the device that drove all our money maker. That wasn't that nice, so I was destined to have cash right from the start. And when my mom died, you know it broke my heart, cause I was barely paying the rent. So now my time is spent plotting, scheming, and dreaming of hitting it big, one plan after another. So for me, my family, and my mother, yo, I need to make $1 million. That's what I'm talking about, yo. I ain't trying to die broke. You You know what I'm saying? So check it out, yo. I need to make $1 million,
What?
have money spilling.
What?
God willing, I'm gonna make it. And no man, no army or government is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Money is what I want. I wanna be rich so when I come outside, I can see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris.
You know what I'm saying? That city life, yo.
I need to make $1 million. I don't wanna die poor in Baltimore. I want a mansion on the eastern shore or Ocean City. Have me a nice beach house, block right everyone over, and we can get down. Pound for pound, I'll take francs, pesos, whatever. I just need $1 million. Project with a one-man show with a remix. I'm gonna let this play out. You on the back of the cab, and then you nod your head to this. I'm out.
Alrighty. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to the show. I know some of y'all were wondering where I've been the past couple days. Waiting for the speaker mounts for the bike. The mail lady didn't come until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I got the show ready to go live. I've had this show for days. When I say for days, I mean for days. If you look at the Saturday sermon, remember I was going to do these two shows together, but everybody fell asleep. So I said we'll come back and do it the next day. And we did. I said I'll do it the next day. And it seemed like right up until the time I was ready to come live at 8, that's when I would fall asleep. Now, what made today different? I put an Amazon order in, and the Amazon driver was calling me. Not to mention, Chung Lee came in on the Hangouts at the same time, and 2 eBay notifications. That's what got me up. And I'm glad to be up because I look at the clock, it was 7 o'clock. I was still up. I had the phone in my hand because, you can see the progress of the Amazon driver. And I had dozed off. And luckily, I had the phone in my hand. And that's how I was able to get up. And I'm up. And I said, you know what? We're going to go live. I started setting the show up. Didn't even put the food away. I set the show up. That's why I think the show said, I think I text everybody. Wait a minute, something wrong. We just froze for a second. So why did we freeze? And that wasn't us because the Obama phone froze too. So it wasn't the equipment. We didn't drop any frames. And we only burning 10% of 100 of the PCU. So if we have any freezes, it's not because of the equipment. But anyway, I actually set the show up. Then I put the food away. Came back, got myself together. I went to the daggone bathroom and still playing the theme song. I had to run to the bathroom. I was really upset about that. But anyway, how's everybody been? Haven't heard anything from the housing people. Haven't heard anything about the apartment downstairs. So no news on the home front. I am keeping up with my diet. It's expensive, but it's working. We got a couple 116s, a couple 120s. I got a I think I had a 147 yesterday, but I took it after I ate. So I'm still kind of you know, I'm still kind of, you know, mad at myself for making that error. But I'm doing a good thing. I also was helping our family member Chung Lee get ready to help her neighbors out. They were having a crisis, and I was trying to counsel her and get her ready. And it brought back memories because I had to do that when my baby's mother got arrested. I had to take care of her son and my daughter. I had a 2-year-old and an infant, and we were living out in Harford County. And her best friend, I got her to watch the kids, and she lived all the way in Woodlawn. Now, my job was in Middle River. I had to drive the 30 miles down 95, drive past the job, and drive 16 miles out to Woodlawn, Maryland. If y'all remember, the lady had the bank problem out there last year when we covered the story. And I had to drop the 2 children off, drive the 16 miles back to the job, deliver pizzas all night. Then when I got off, hit the store to get the things that they might need. And then I had to drive to pick the children up, the 16 miles. Then I had to drive the 16 miles back toward the job, past the job, and then drive the 30 miles again. Let me just say I wore that car out. That car was wore out. It was a 1985 Toyota Corolla. And it didn't have power steering. It had the manual power steering. Well, I almost had muscles back then. Because you had to crank that boy. Nobody wanted to borrow that car. Let me tell you. But I would get back. I would take the kids to the park, to the playground, and make sure I played with them to tire them out. Then I would bring them in the house, feed them, bathe them, put them to bed, and then I went to bed. I would have to get up, feed them, bathe them, play with them for a little bit, put them down for a nap. I took a nap. Then we got up. I would bathe them again, bathe myself again, and then we would leave, and I would drop them off and go to work. I had to do that for 2 weeks. It was not easy, but I did it. So it can be done. These are some of the things that we as parents do. Our topic today is Why are the parents of today, with all the struggle that they make for their kids, why don't the kids have any respect for them? Why they don't have any respect for authority? Why they don't have any respect for God or Jesus? What have we done wrong in the past 2 generations? Where have we gone wrong? I was online and I saw this guy saying that minorities are in a better position than they were back during Jim Crow. When it comes to opportunity, some of them are. When it comes to lifestyle, when it comes to religion, respect for their fellow man, respect for their parents, it's worse. It's not better. And it goes back to something I said last week. Yeah, they use it as a babysitter. They've been using Nickelodeon, Disney, Cartoon Network, DVDs. They use it to babysit the kids. Just put a DVD on and sit them in front of the TV. I didn't believe in that. I believed in taking them outside. Let them run and rip. All you need is a frisbee and a ball. Take them to the swings, take them on the slide, interact with the kids. Show them that there's more things than playing video games and watching cartoons. You know, that's what I believe. That's the way I was raised. Like I said in that song, we had arts and crafts, paper airplanes, where people get slain. But they marinate for a second. If there's so much opportunity right now, why are so many of our children behaving like slaves? Hey, big man, I gave you a chance earlier. Don't push your luck, okay? Because you keep saying the same thing over and over again. So let me just hide it. If we got so much opportunity, why is it that the crime rate is so bad? Those of y'all that got wrenches can view the message if you want. It ain't worth viewing, but if you feel you want to see the message, you can go ahead and view it. But I got rid of it. I didn't block the person. But right when I started, this person came in and said the exact same thing. 30 years ago, it wouldn't have mattered if somebody tried to give somebody some crack pipes. Wouldn't nobody touched it. But nowadays, they will. Which brings us to the point. Yes, gangs have high power guns. Why they didn't have them 30 years ago? Why they got them now? What happened to the civil rights movement? Is it dead? Only time you hear something is when the cops shoot somebody. And most of the time, the people they shoot ain't worth two pieces of dookie. Now, if I'm lying, somebody tell me I'm lying. I'm tired of seeing good people get killed. Nobody don't say nothing. But why is it that when these drug dealers and these thugs get killed, everybody want to go out there and put up little dolls and stuffed animals and balloons and lie to each other and say, oh, they was going to be this, they was going to be that. When you know good and well they wasn't going to be nothing. But in jail or dead. Why do we do that? I remember growing up when somebody got killed, it was an outrage. Now it's like, damn, little Jimmy John got shot. Oh, well. What else going on? We become deadened, hardened, conditioned that it's okay to kill somebody. Not somebody trying to take your life, trying to hurt your child, trying to hurt your mother. We become conditioned that the human life, hey, Ava J, is not worth anything. Why did the last two generations have no respect for human life? Y'all realize that the human life is more valuable than anything because we are many gods. What's more valuable than God? We're many itty bitty ones, but still, we have God's breath flowing through our system. We have God's spirit flowing through our system. All of us. That makes everybody valuable. When you start to devalue that, what do you value? What do you value? Because, see, I remember growing up, and constantly being told, if you want to make it in the workforce, if you want to compete for the scholarships, you got to be 5 times better. You got to be 5 times better than the white people you competing against. Seems to me like the last 2 generations and said, the heck with that. Because I remember growing up, and it was a big deal. The first black to make partner, the first black CEO, the first black to be allowed in this exclusive lodge, the first black to be able to work this job, the first black to be able to come in this neighborhood. What happened to that? Where's the drive at? The Million Man, the, what is it called? The Black Lives Matter group is a joke. It's a JOKE. It's a joke. Seems to me like the only time is when somebody looking to get some money. from the state when a cop shoots somebody. That's when everybody come together. Any other time, oh wow. My step grandfather used to tell me stories about being pulled over by the white cops. And you was, yes, sir. So you can go home that night. How do we go from yes, sir to what do you want, pig? Why you bothering me, 5-0? What do you want? You see the anger and the aggressiveness before the cop even get up to the car. Where did that come from? Where did that anger? Where did the anger come from? And it's not just anger against other people. It's anger against your friends, your neighbors, even your relatives. Where's this anger at? Where did it come from? What happened to the pride? You have more pride about a neighborhood than you have about what's inside your house. If I'm lying, somebody tell me. We don't want them people on our block. Then why don't you buy it? Buy the block. Nah, we're not going to buy the block. You want to take over the stores, stand in front of it, stand inside the foyer, and try to sell your drugs. Why don't you buy the store? And that way, when the cops come by, they can't say nothing to you because you own the place. What do you want, officer? No, you won't do that. For two reasons. Number one, the Fed's going to take it. Number two, you don't want to own the store. Because the same thing that you're doing to the Korean people and the Chinese people, your own friends are going to do to you. Come in there and steal. Come in there and harass the customers. Loiter out front so nobody want to come in there. That's why you won't buy the store. Even those that have the money won't buy a store. And if you do, it ain't going to be in your neighborhood. You're going to be out there with the white folk. So you don't even want to be around your own people. But you expect other people to put up with you. Let that marinate for a second. Because I'm not making this up. I'm telling you what I've seen. And anybody that say I'm lying, you part of the problem. If it wasn't for Giant Food Market, which is owned by a white man, if it wasn't for Safeway, which is owned by a white man, every other store that I can get to, I wouldn't buy no meat from out of there. I don't want to go there. There's a couple places I can show you. I wouldn't go in there. That's why I was so bothered when during the riots. They didn't go out there in the good neighborhoods and tear everything up. They tore up their own. Some of you would say, yeah, that don't make no sense. Why would they tear up the stores in their own neighborhood? They sat there and burnt the CVS. You know how many elderly people live around that pharmacy? You know how hard it was for them people to find another place because nobody wanted to be in that neighborhood. You know how inconvenient it was for the old folks that depend on their medicine to live, that they had to find a way to get to a pharmacy far away because they sat there and burnt the pharmacies up that they need. But see, here's the key. The reason they don't have no problem tearing up the stores in their neighborhoods, for those of y'all that probably seen a riot and say, why do they tear up the places where they got to go? Because they don't own them. That's why. They don't have no stock or no ownership in it. They don't care. What happened over the past 2 generations? Why do we tear up and make things harder on the people we say we love? But the people who did the harm to you, they out there ain't having a problem at all. You ain't going out there to bother them. Because you won't, because you're a coward. Because you know, some of them white folks are crazy. You go out there and see them come out there with the AKs and see them come out there with the bombs. Yeah, you won't go out there. You're a punk. But you ain't got no problem terrorizing the Chinese. You ain't got no problem terrorizing the few black store owners. But you scared to go out there. You won't go out there and do that mess. Who raised these cowards? What happened over the past 2 generations? You said, how about taking the 40 million and help the elderly you're talking about, Brother D? Well, let me tell you something, big man. When I was younger, I used to try to get people to get together, put their money together and do things. I tried a lot of things over the years. They all failed. You know why? I can never get no support. Because people don't think about the future. They only think about now. Why is it that somebody can come from India, somebody can come from Africa, somebody can come from Portuguese, somebody can come from Mexico, Brazil, Russia, come over here and can't even speak the language. But they can come over here and start building something. Yet people that's born here, especially in the black community, they can't do nothing. You know why? Because they not patient. They won't set a game plan. Everything got to be quick gratification. This is something that's been happening over the past 2 generations. Everything got to be quick. If it ain't quick, they don't have the patience to run it out. You say we have a president that didn't care. Did the president care about us in the 30s? Did the president care about us in the 40s? Did the president care about us in the 50s? Did the president care about us in the 60s? Did the president care about us in the 70s? But if you go back then, people had businesses. You had Jim Crow that said separate but equal. That means we had our own. It might not have been on the same level as what the white folk had, but we had our own. We had our own cab companies. We had our own stores. We had our own everything. Only thing we didn't have down the south was the buses. We weren't allowed to have a bus company. So we had to sit at the back. How was they able to do the boycott? If they didn't have cars, if they didn't have a cab company back then, how were they able to do the boycott? They were able to work together. We can't do that now. Unless a white cop shoots somebody, then they can come together for a little bit. Black people had the cops on the ropes. With the Breonna, with the Rashad, with the Floyd, George Floyd, they had the cops on the ropes. They were talking about breaking down and taking funds from the police. And then we go out there and act a damn fool. And then they're like, oh, we didn't get rid of the police. No, these black folk crazy. Woo! We almost dodged a bullet on that one. Had them on the ropes. And didn't have the discipline to keep them there for the knockout. Instead, we let them off the hook and let them knock us out. Now you don't even hear about police reform anymore, do you? You would say, oh, hell no. It's more crime. We had the police on the ropes. We had them. Giving them the shot to the body. And we let them get back up. And now nobody don't even mention it no more. Couldn't even keep the pressure on long enough to make the change happen. You don't even hear about it no more. You know why? Look at the police blotter. Look at the carjackings. Look at the murders. $50 years ago, they were talking about the mob when they were sitting outside eating, and the other mob came by and shot them up. What they call it? The St. Valentine's Day Massacre? How many of them we had the past 2 years? It's nothing. I showed you videos. People walking up, shooting somebody in the head. Video of people riding by just firing butts. In the morning, in the evening, during the day. Shootings at the playground, shootings at the schools. Where is the common sense? Papa D says, we had a black president and he screwed y'all. That black president did what he could. They gave him the country. It was messed up. What good is having a black president when people still getting locked up at a ridiculous rate? People still getting mugged, robbed, shot, raped. When you send your kids to school, especially if you live in the inner city, you don't even know if your children are coming home. Because they might kill them over that pair of shoes you bought them. They might kill them over the clothes they got on. They might kill them for that little cell phone you bought them. You don't know when your child leaves your sight. When I was young, we went everywhere. Now you don't even want to let a child out your sight. Why have the past 2 generations gone straight downhill? Because somebody tell you they got opportunity, but what they doing with it? Don't nobody want to be a doctor no more. Nobody want to be a lawyer no more. Everybody want to be a singer, dancer, or comedian, or drug dealer, pimp, stripper. I used to have to drive strippers home. They brag they make $500 a night. They make $1,000 a night. But none of them the next day could pay for that ride. They would have to go in and get a drawer from the club owner to come out and pay me for bringing them there. So you made $1,000 last night, and the next day you got to go into the job and borrow $11 to pay your driver? Somebody talk to me. What's glorious and glamorous about that? That means you spent $500 to $1,000 on drugs, and they always got a sorry man with them. And the man go walk around the harbor, walk around downtown while they working. What the heck does he do for them 4 or 5 hours? What does he do? Don't know. But when it's time to pick him up, he's standing up there in front of the club. And don't never reach in his pocket to pay for anything. So why do they glorify strippers? I've seen them in real life. What you see on TV. I used to drive for the block, and I can tell you, I ain't never seen so many strung out women looking like something that just crawled out of damn hell. Makeup do a lot. Makeup and wigs do a lot. Because when you see these people in regular life, you be like, how the hell somebody gave you money for anything? All them gouges in your face. They use the makeup to cover that mess up. Oh, you have to realize we was on the Reverend channel. Hold on a sec, Papa D. We was on the Reverend channel. So what happened to our kids these past 2 generations? They don't have no respect for religion. Now, I can give you an idea, but it's not an idea. It's a sorry excuse. A lot of the youth today don't have respect for their elders because they see them as weak. But what they doing ain't no better. But they don't see that. They see it as weak. But see, they're not dealing with the Jim Crow. The only time they get a taste of it is when they get pulled over late at night. The only time they get a taste of it is when they're in the wrong neighborhood at night walking alone. That's when they realize it. Doesn't happen that much. So they see their elders being respectful. And they're like, why are you acting like a wuss? I'm not going to be respectful. Screw them. And then they wind up getting tased and beaten and shot and left in the middle of the damn street. And if they survive, they expect to come back and rally everybody, and we're gonna go fight. And I've been hearing the stupidest thing ever since I was 10 years old. We're gonna have a revolution. Well, at the time we only had what 12 million people in the whole country, and it was 200 and something million white people in the country. How is 12 million going to beat 300 million? I don't care if they're all little girls with bats in their hands. 12 million ain't going to beat 300 million. So who came up with that stupid logic, that stupid notion? They're going to have a revolution. Who are you going to revolutionize against? You can't even run your own neighborhood. How you going to run the country? I remember a couple years ago, we did a show where I showed y'all places in the world that black people run. And we saw the rundown shanty houses made out of cardboard, some of them. You know how you go to the flea market and people had a little tents? How many places did I show you where people would live like that? So, not one building put up. Not one building put up. How many of y'all ever been to Jamaica? And I ain't talking about the parts where the Europeans been there and invested in. When you go see where the Jamaicans at, the real Jamaicans, look at them rundown, raggedy houses. Why do these young people think they're gonna run anything except run something into the ground? They don't even take care of their own neighborhoods. Cars on the lawns, trash every day going where? They don't have no pride in where they live. How they gonna have pride in the country? Who's telling them these things? Nia says she been to Jamaica 4 times. Well, you been there, am I lying? Because I guarantee you, the places for tourism look nice. I can take you down the harbor here in Baltimore City. It looks nice. I have taken y'all down. I have taken y'all down to the harbor. It looks nice. But when we come to where it's majority black people, it looks terrible. Why is it that there's this anger Why is the drug use so prevalent? What happened to movies like Lady Sings the Blues? Movies like Sparkle that showed how bad drug use was. Why are they glorifying the drug users now in the movies? I remember movies about gangsters and drug dealers and how bad they was. Now they want you to feel sorry for them and want to make them the lead in the story and want you to understand. I remember when you went to jail, you had the mark of the scarlet death on you. Now they say you got to go to jail to get some hair on your chest. Who the hell came up with that? Why the hell I want to go to jail and have some guard look up my butt every damn day? If that ain't fruity, I don't know what is. But they come out there, "Hey," looking at you like, really? Really? I think that's the meaning. I think that's low. But you want to tell me it's cool. Who came up with that? This shows you. Is the United States a third world country? Because I've taken you to neighborhoods where you got the same houses, the same stuck together row houses. When you go into the white areas, even the blue collar, you look at their houses and go a couple miles. Because videos are up and go look at the slums. They're the same houses. Why the white people houses worth 150,000 and the black people houses ain't worth 10? You don't see no boarded up houses in them neighborhoods, but God darn it, we got blocks. Same houses, boarded up. Those people living there ain't rich, but why is that area in condition so much better? They're not rich. They working in the plants. Catching crabs out the bay. But tell you this, you come in that neighborhood and start loitering around, somebody gonna come see you. The only time somebody gonna come see you in a black neighborhood is if they think you the cops. Or think you snitching. Yeah, what that guy doing standing there? I ain't never seen him before. Let's go over there and see. No. White neighborhood, hey boy, what you doing around here? Where you live? They let you know you ain't gonna mess our neighborhood up. We'll sit there and let the drug dealers come take over the block. Had them out there, needles in the street, kids playing at the playground, stepping on the damn drug needles. We don't say nothing. Got us scared to even come out the daggone house. This didn't happen when I was growing up. Y'all hear me talking about we need this, we need to do that. Because it was being done when I was growing up. Why it ain't being done now? Racism ain't got nothing to do with it. This is a question that I ask because the real topic is why are things like this? Papa D, why are things like this? Things are like this is because never in history have people been so far from God. The children don't respect their parents because they've given up. The children of the last two generations have given up on themselves, they've given up on Jesus, they've given up on God. The advancements that we've made since 1930 are slowly being erased. Because for every person you see that's doing some good, it's 100 of them that's getting locked up or in the grave. There ain't no pride. The only pride is if they got a couple dollars in their hand. The only pride is if they got a pair of Timberland boots on their feet. They got a pair of designer jeans on. They got a gold rope around their neck. They got an iPhone 11, 12, whatever they own right now. They got gold in their mouth. That's what they value. They don't value family. They don't value friendship. They don't have fear of a God. They call themselves gods. They'll kill their brother as soon as they'll kill a stranger. Everybody like to watch them Friday movies. I could never stand them because they sounded stupid, stereotypical. This so good, I'm gonna slap my mama. Who the hell would say something that simple? How's that mainstream? The Bible says you ain't to touch your parents, even if they wrong. But somebody on TV say, yeah, tastes so good, I slapped my mama. And people go out there and slap their mama. Talk to old people like they Dougs. Don't want to give them no respect. They've been where you've been and survived. You ain't reached the age yet. You should show them respect and hope you make it to live that long. Instead, you want to beat them down. You want to insult them. You want to kick them. Yeah, shut up, Gramps. Instead of trying to get the knowledge from out of them, wait a minute. What somebody say? Well, I'm getting to that, Papa D. But Bible study is tomorrow. But we talking about why don't they have the respect? And it's because they don't have Jesus and God in their life. They don't believe. They see their parents struggle. They don't want to be like that. They seen their parents do things the right way. And they say to themselves, well, I'm not going to do that because it ain't going to get me nowhere. I'm going to take the fast money. I'm going to take the fast route. I'm not going to plan or plot anything. I'm just going to go for what I know, just going to go with and roll with the punches. And that attitude normally leads to failure. It normally leads to failure. Ava says God is going to change this in his due time. So why try to change someone who don't want to change? What Ava say is a good point, except for those of us that's doing our time on this earth, we can spend the time putting our head in the sand and just let them do whatever they want to do and hope we don't get caught up in the crossfire. Or we can reach out and try to change the lifestyle and the way of thinking of these lost souls, because sooner or later, we're going to have to deal with them. You can't hide from them forever. Sooner or later, they're going to be breaking in your house. Sooner or later, they're going to catch you at the ATM. Sooner or later, they're going to carjack you for your car. You can't hide. These children don't have the, and you know what? We might get flagged again because we were talking about God raising the children. I mean, what God said to how to raise children, we got flagged. We might get flagged again tonight. Because, see, a lot of people want to make excuses. It's the excuses that allow evil to thrive. It's the excuses. You got people that don't want to be bothered. People don't realize you can have a 5-minute chat with somebody and change their whole outlook on life. This is what Jesus means when he says bear fruit. Everybody has the power to minister. You know? Well, the problem is that the elders have seen over the past 2 generations, and they haven't said nothing. Where's the pride? I was born in 70, so I was a young man toward the tail end of the movement. And I remember the passion, the drive that the people had. I don't see that passion and drive in the people. I remember the honor. I don't see that anymore. I don't see the trust. I don't see the respect. I saw that as a young man. I remember people caring about each other. I don't see that nowadays. It's like the past two generations have said, I'm not going to be like the generations before. I'm not going to be patient and try to build anything. I'm just going to take it. There's a commercial that used to come on. I don't watch regular TV anymore, so I don't know if they still make them. But it goes, I want my money and I want it now. I want the fancy car now. I don't want to save and earn for it. I want it now. And whoever I have to step on, whatever I have to steal, whoever I have to hurt, I'm going to get it or die trying. And that seems to be the attitude of today. We didn't have that attitude back then. You wanted to be something. You wanted to be a help to your community. You wanted to be a role model. Why is it that things are different now than they were before? Because the further we get away from Jesus and God, the worse it's going to get. The further we get away from the values that Jesus and God gave us, the worse we're going to get. You know, I told y'all something. And I don't know if y'all believe it or not, but I told y'all that the curse of the true Hebrew Israelites is that until Jesus come back, we're going to be under the thumb of somebody. But if you look at the state of the people today, with all the opportunity, they worse off than they was 50 years ago. They worse off than they was 100 years ago. So even with the advancements, even with the better opportunity, I guess the Bible was right. Still ain't getting nowhere. And I think the youth are frustrated. They don't want the scrimp and scrape. Save their pennies. They want it now. And I can go out here and work this stripper pole. I can get it now. I can go out here and sell these drugs. I can get it now. I can go pimp these women. I can get it now. I can go break in these homes. I can get it now. I can go rob this bank. I can get it now. I'm not waiting. I don't want to save. I don't want to have a plan. I just want it now. I want the pretty girls. I want the car. I want the rope around my neck. The last two generations have traded the chain that went around their ankle, the chain that went around their wrist. They've exchanged it for gold chains around their neck. They've exchanged it for bracelets around their wrist. And in the end, they either get a bullet in them or they get some stainless steel chain around their wrist. Depending on where you live, they got the body chain. I remember I walked by the courthouse and I saw them taking the dude inside. This dude wasn't even 150 pounds. He had about 40 pounds worth of chains on him. I said, what the hell did he do? He had chains down the chest, around the waist, down at his feet, and they were helping him in. What the heck could he have done that they had him chained up like that? The chains was almost as heavy as he was. They have exchanged one chain for another. And then when they get caught, they get put back in the damn chains. How do we break the cycle? Ava J, I spent part of my life doing that. Do you think the songs that I just made them? I was handing out CDs 25 years ago. I was going around trying to get stuff started. Nobody wanted to join with me. I've had plenty of ideas. Don't nobody want to do nothing. I don't have the look or the resources to garner the attention that I need. I can't even get 30 people to watch me at one time. Huh? What am I going to do for a whole city? What am I going to do for a whole neighborhood? Don't y'all find it strange that there's not one person from my city that's in this chat? Y'all see me go out and talk to people. I'm talking about how many people here now? We got 10 people here. And I got the Obama phone and the tablet here, so I'm two of them. So I can't get no 30 or 40 people here. But if we start talking about some other YouTuber, the people will come, won't they? We can go back and look at the shows, but talking about real things, ain't nobody where everybody at. You figured the young people were coming here. I'm not like that. Why are you talking? Nope. They don't come because they don't care. Nia says you have more than 30 watching when you in roast mode. And that's my point. When we talk about the real issues, don't nobody want to hear it. If they don't want to hear it on YouTube, why they want to hear it in real life? You know how many times I heard, there you go, talking that positive stuff again. Nobody want to hear that, man. There you go, talking that stuff. I keep telling y'all, I hate to write. When I say write, I mean literally, I hate to write. See, God don't give you everything. Do you know how many more songs that I would have? I hate to write. But when I write some of the best lyrics I ever seen. But I hate to write. It took me 3 days to fill out that housing application. I looked at it for 3 days. I hate to write. But when I do write, it's magic. You're not giving everything. I was never supposed to be the front man. I'm supposed to be the man behind the stunt man. I could never find a front man. Person gotta have looks, be a great speaker, be able to energize the people, keep their attention, make them want to follow him. I don't have that charisma, but I could tell that person what to do. Geppetto, I need a Pinocchio. I can work the strings. All they got to do is just say what I say. I can't find that match. I need to find a Batman so I can be that Robin. Ain't nothing worse than having this knowledge and not be able to get it out to people because when I deliver it, they turn off. I ain't listening to this guy, this fat guy we talking about. But give me somebody who I could dress up, put the crocodile loafers on and a suit, and can go out there and just. But see, that's what people pay attention to. It's not what you say; it's how you look saying it. That person just need me to tell them what to say. There's a difference. Martin Luther King probably wasn't the most greatest intellectual, but he had people around him. It's the people around you that make you what you are. And that's something that I've never been able to put together. Ava J says, I've seen people outside of stores yelling about repent for your sins and people walk away. Papa D says, if you was Pinocchio, your nose would never stop growing. Who are you talking about? See, Papa D's bringing in his angle about being Irish. I got news for you. They had white slaves too. But the problem is they fall in love with them on other plantations, and they will come steal and legally marry them. And then when you came, hey, that's mine. What do you mean? I've been living here for 30 years. What do you mean? That didn't work. That's why you had to find somebody who don't look nothing like you, who don't know the area, who can't get around, who won't be assimilated easily into. But you're right. They did. They tried the Indians. That was the Indian territory. Indians kick you back. Pick you off from 100 yards. You'll never see them because it's their territory. They just came here. Don't know where everything is. They've been there for hundreds of years. They got holes and creeks and all kinds of stuff. Wait, they pick you off in a heartbeat. You couldn't do that. It took wars to take that land from them. They just walk in there and say, give it up. It took wars. Before they was able to stick them on the reservation. They didn't just walk in there and say, give it up. Indians didn't make good slaves. People that look like you don't make good slaves. You needed somebody different. No matter where you went, you couldn't hide nowhere. No matter where you went, you stuck out like a sore thumb. How many people you seen that actually look like me? I'm just saying me in general. People who I ain't seen in years recognize me. We was out a couple weeks ago. Guy came, hey, bro, do I know you? Hey, people say that I look the same as I looked 25, 30 years ago. I can't even blend in to my own. I couldn't imagine trying to blend in if I'm the only person that look like that. Where am I going to blend in at? I don't even blend in with my own people. Ava J says she seen two people who look like me. I feel for them. You mean Mother Nature made that mistake more than once? Live and learn. But our topic today is, why isn't the respect there? Why don't, it's not all, but why does the last two generations seem to have given up on trying to follow God's commands? Why have they given up on their families, given up on their neighbors, given up on their communities? Why don't they have the desire and the patience to try to build something? You know, I used to ask the drug dealers. One thing I noticed about Jesus, he would go to the people that were down. And I would ask them, why do y'all stand in front of the stores? Why do y'all try to take over? And then when the people call the cops on you, you run. Why don't you put your money together and buy a store? And that way you ain't got to stand outside and do this. They would say no, because the Fed's going to take it. And I would say, well, why don't y'all buy a block and have different stores on the block? So if one store get closed down, you still got the other ones. And you just shift what was being done there, shift it to another store. We ain't gonna go through all that, man. So you spend the whole day looking out the corner of your eye, worried about the police riding by. But you won't do the right thing to where you own the store. You tell the cop, hey, here's the deed. Why are you here? Get out of my face. But you won't do that. That takes too much sense. Takes a little bit of work. You won't do it. They had that peace of mind. See, if all of you put your money together, even if the feds take one store, you still got 5 or 6 there. Operate out of that. Come back and the one that the feds bought, they're going to auction off the same way they auction your cars off. You can come back and buy it back again, put it in somebody else's name, and be operating and just have keep a little thing going. Before you know it, you'll own 4 or 5 blocks. They talking that crazy talk. Seems like nobody want to be the boss. Nobody want to still, you know, nobody wants to be in charge. But they have the opportunity to do so. But they look down on their parents who didn't have the opportunity to do so. It's easier to look down on them. It's easier to blame them. Papa D is focusing on slavery. Papa D, get with the program. We talking about the last 2 generations. They haven't been enslaved. They don't know what it's like to be enslaved. But they got this mental block where they think something holding them back when it ain't. And they got more opportunity, and they still won't take advantage of it. They rather take the easy way out. And they use the fact that they don't want to be like their parents and grandparents and great grandparents. Playing by the rules don't work to them. We gonna cheat. And because the elders don't want to cheat, they think they weak. This is what I believe we're looking at. I pulled a couple articles the other day. I don't even remember what the heck they. Hold on, see if I can find them. No, that was the sermon. I pulled these up at random, and I haven't read them, so I don't know what the heck they're gonna say. But just bear with me. Bear with me, yeah. I don't know what they're gonna say because I don't remember. I don't even remember the topics. I think it's related. I think it's one of these. Hold on, let's see. Okay. All right. Why the racial gap persists more than 150 years after emancipation. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I put it in the freezer before we start. Hopefully, it's nice and cold. I hope. Oh yeah. Hey sir. Hey sir. I didn't fill it all the way up. Why the racial wealth gap persists more than 150 years after emancipation. When one system of economic depression collapsed, new ones were created to fill the void. Emancipation Day 1865 was supposed to start a new era of black wealth creation. After 12 generations of being subject to slavery's institutionalized theft, 4 million African Americans were now free to earn incomes and degrees, hold property, weather hard times, and pass down wealth to the next generation. They would surely scramble up the economic ladder, if not in 1 generation, then in a few. 8 generations later, the racial wealth gap is both yawning and growing. The typical black family had just 1/10 the wealth of the typical white one. In 1853, black Americans owned 1/2 of 1% of the national wealth. Today, it's just over 1.5% for roughly the same percentage of the overall population. The cause of that stagnation has largely been invisible, hidden by the assumption of progress after the end of slavery and the achievements of civil rights. But for every gain black Americans made, people in power created new bundles of discrimination, largely hidden from sight and thwarted again and again the economic promise of emancipation. It's a common misconception that the racial wealth gap is an unfortunate legacy of a bygone era. The myth goes like this: slavery and Jim Crow bred black poverty. In the 20th century, millions of black families moved out of the South chasing high wages in the urban industry. But after a few decades, the factories closed, inner cities decayed, and the complex tangle of pathology emerged in the single parent households and soaring incarceration rates. If those were the causes, then the solution seemed evident: end job, housing, and school discrimination, enforce civil rights, and sprinkle the market with affirmative action. If those things failed to close the gap, then the problem was one of follow through. If black people would just move to the suburbs, marry, finish school, train up, and play by the rules, the gap would vanish. But this is a myth, concealed. Oops, went too far. How far did it jump? It is. But this is a myth concealed in what Tanisha Coates terms the quiet plunder. In the grand narrative of freedom and civil rights, the disadvantages that persist are invisible precisely because people in power continuously innovated new forms of discrimination. The nation industrialized between the 1870s and the 1910s, but instead of vanishing, the disadvantages confronting black Americans simply morphed. Slavery's violent theft was replaced by convict leasing, sharecropping, and after a heroic civil rights struggle between 1863 and 1873, disenfranchisement and legal discrimination, or Jim Crow. When African descended people began to move to the industrial cities during and after World War I, they faced surcharges on opportunities, high rents, for instance, and new forms of prejudice. The Negro was up against the white man's standard, and without the white man's opportunity, argued black mathematician and sociologist Kelly Miller in 1930. African American immigrants who fled the South, migrants who fled the South, crammed into marginal neighborhoods where landlords gouged them thanks to their lack of access to alternatives. Isabel Wilkerson, who chronicled the journey of black Southerners north, noted that immigrants to Chicago were living in virtual slave cabins stacked on top of one another. As the Great Migration took shape, escalators into the middle class began moving for black families, but they moved slowly. Black workers joined unions, trained up, doubled up in housing, scrimped and saved and played by the rules. But Jim Crow followed black people out of the South, reemerging in federal housing and social policies. Southern Democrats were gatekeepers of the New Deal legislation. So when the federal government created economic entitlements, it's built in white privilege. African Americans seeking home loans found themselves redlined, intangible for credit because the government would not guarantee the loans. Housing costs rose without giving black residents a stake in the value of their homes, while neighborhoods decayed from lack of investment. Real estate professionals and developers acted hand in glove with racist lending policies, hemming black families into neighborhoods where disadvantages compounded one another. Low quality schools and services in poor neighborhoods were a drag on upward mobility. Since housing equity makes up about two-thirds of median household wealth, excluding black Americans from establishing equity during a time of unprecedented rise in home values locked in and exacerbated wealth disparities. Social Security was unavailable to farm and domestic workers, including most black workers, and after fighting for a double victory against fascism abroad and racism at home, black World War II veterans returned to find their GI benefits were a sham. As one historian argues, the GI Bill did not create a more middle class society, but almost exclusively for whites. I said it did create a more middle class society, but exclusively for whites. It was deliberately designed to accommodate Jim Crow. Local officials directing benefits such as job training steered black applicants to unskilled and white applicants to skilled and semi skilled jobs while denying home and business loans to black applicants. When accepted at all, black veterans typically attended historically black colleges, many of which were underfunded, while whites streamed into flagship universities. By 1947, veterans made up half of the national college enrollments. Veterans who attended college tended to have children and grandchildren who attended college, creating a pipeline to white collar careers. And the disadvantages of missing out on GI benefits was like negative interest compiling in each generation. It did not need to be that way. The racial gap persisted in spite of an unprecedented nosedive in economic inequality more broadly. In the middle of the 20th century, workers took home a greater share of the nation's income than any time before or since. And missing out on an enormous expansion of new middle class wealth meant not benefiting from investments in home and education that became a lever on opportunity for the next generation. Even worse, the signal victories of the civil rights movement, which convinced many white American discrimination was a thing of the past, came just as economic structures were disadvantaging those who had missed out. Workers' gains petered out after 1974. Unionized African American workers were disproportionately vulnerable to the industrialization and policy responses to economic challenges of the 1970s weakened unions, promoting income equality. Rural black Americans, still the largest rural minority, fared no better. Those who remained in the locales in which their ancestors were enslaved lived in precisely those places with the best intergenerational upward mobility in the 21st century. Since the 1940s, African American farmers have been dispossessed of their land with the help of government agencies. Rural African Americans have among the worst health outcomes in the nation. In the midst of all of this, the politics of white entitlement and resentment led to mass incarceration. Early in the 20th century, black men were 4 times as likely to do time. By the 1980s, it was 11 times. While on their face, criminal justice policies have little to do with economics or discrimination, in reality, this was yet another example of economic hurdles facing African Americans morphing and changing through policy action. Incarceration is often an economic life sentence for families of those convicted. Missing from school, family, voting polls, and work, the economic toll struck black families, even as some of the earlier hurdles, like housing discrimination, were being abolished by law. This was like an insidious game of whack a mole. As soon as African Americans fought to remove one barrier, another new one sprang up based on false perceptions that black people were benefiting unfairly. Over the past 35 years, the racial wealth gap has grown substantially. Typically, black household incomes had between 1983 and 2016, while median white household incomes have risen by a third. The 2008 housing crisis and its aftermath show the tragedy. God darn, this is long. That's killing my throat. God darn, killing me. Papa D, I don't read these in advance. I just type a title in Google and pick 3 at random. I'm seeing this for the first time just like you is. That one is long. Let's. I picked out 3. We always do 2 or 3, so let's see. Let's try this one. Let's see how this one did. But that was the Washington Post. So it wasn't like that was a black paper or something. That was the Washington Post. Big newspaper. 5 facts about the religious life of African Americans. Why did I pick this one? Okay, let's get it. Wait a minute. Hold. No. That was from Saturday's topic. Hold on, y'all. A minute. I think I got mixed up here. All right. This look controversial. Let's check this out. Here we go. Now I don't read them because I want to be surprised. If I do something on religion, I don't want to study it. And then they be like, well, yeah, you studied that. No, I want to tell you what the Spirit tell me, and then we go see if it match up. Every week, I risk my credibility. That's how much faith I have in the power of the Holy Spirit. I go by what the Spirit tell me, right or wrong. And so far, we ain't been wrong. So I think, we're going on 4 years. We ain't been wrong. I don't look ahead of time. There are people in the chat that can tell you I've been on the hangouts with them and be like, you know what, I'm thinking about doing a show, and we be live 5 minutes later. They be like, well, how you study for it in 5 minutes? Didn't you have to set the show up? I just typed something in there. I've done it live. I said, let me type this subject in. And we type it in, and I ask the Spirit what I should say, and then we go look. How do today's Black Lives Matter protests compare to the civil rights movements of the 1960s? All right. It's interesting. Because I said something about this, so let's see. Am I wrong? Let me blow this up a little bit. Let me blow this up so we can see it better. All right. Y'all should be able to see this now. The Black Lives Matter protests that have followed the killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor by police officers remind Margaret Burnham of 1968. At that time, the national response to the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. combined with ongoing protests over civil rights and the Vietnam War to plunge an already divided nation more deeply into turmoil. This is taking place in a world that is not only deeply fractured, but also deeply fragile because of the coronavirus, the economic crisis that makes the country look a little bit like 1929, and the existential threat of climate change, says Burnham, University Distinguished Professor of Law at Northeastern. It's everything collapsing all around us. As part of Northeastern's Day for Reflection, Engagement, and Action on Monday, when the university will close in remembrance of all black people whose lives have been taken unjustly, Birmingham at 2 p.m. will be leading a Facebook Live discussion, How do we restore justice for George Floyd? See, I got an issue with this already. The university will close in remembrance of all black people whose lives have been taken unjustly. For every white cop that killed a black person in the past 30 years, 20 times as many black people have killed a black person. Can I say that again? For every cop that might have unjustly shot a black person, I guarantee you, 3 times as many people who look just like him killed the same amount of people. Are we going to have a remembrance for those people that were killed? Why are we only remembering the criminals that got killed? I asked you again. I asked it earlier. I ask you again. Why is it that the media only cares about the criminals that get killed? You have to really be somebody famous or good to even get a big mention in the paper If you're a good person. But if you're a half-dead, a rogue, a scrounge, a thug, they try to glorify you. Why is that? Papa D, you the one obsessed with color. We on a topic. The topic is, why do the children, and it's mostly the minority children, but it's Mexican children that come over here, it's Africans and Haitians that come over here, and their children wind up the same way. This is what we discussing. The detachment from God, the ineffective parenting, the lack of role models. A man that got a family and got a decent job is a joke today. In my day, they were heroes. They were handling their business. Today, you working for that little bit of money. I make more money than you, and 1 week standing out here in the corner. You sitting there slaving for the man. Look at you. You got to be to work at 8 a.m. I come to work when I want to. The junkies come looking for me. I ain't got to look for them. Look at you working. When did this happen, and how do we change it? In my opinion, we need to get back to God. What's your opinion, Papa D? I'll stop the show. What's your opinion, Mud Duck? How do we change this? That's the first time you heard me mention it today. But I got shows up. Well, I tell you, go look at the Home Depot and the Lowe's. Go there at 6 in the morning and see all the immigrants sitting out there waiting on somebody to come pick them up so they can go work illegally. They pay them peanuts, but they'll live 10, 11, 12 in one house. And they send that money home. They come here and they work. Google Western Union to Mexico and see how much money gets wired there every year. They come over here and they work illegally for 20 years. They go home and retire rich. I've said that on many a show. Where you been, Papa D? I've said that many times. If they can come over here and do it, why can't we do it? Different families can't live in the same house and save money. We've been and killed each other. When we see somebody saving their money, instead of saying, hey, I'm going to do that too, we say, hey, how can I steal it? These are things, mindsets, that need to be changed. How can we do it? I think the first step is to get religion back into the minds of our youth. Make them afraid of something. They're not afraid of jail. They think it's cool to go to jail. They're not afraid of cops. They're not afraid of being shot. They're not afraid of being tased. We got to make them scared of something. This is the point I'm trying to make. Maybe I'm not getting it across. I don't want to have to look over my shoulder when I go to the ATM But when I look over the shoulder, it's not going to be, it's going to be a minority standing behind me with the gun saying, kick it out, sir. How do we stop that? I'm starting to get old now. What's going to happen when I'm 70 if I live that long? Am I going to be able to turn around and knock the gun out their hand and hit them with the wasp spray? Am I going to be able to pick them up and throw them in the weeds? How many elderly people now walk around scared every time somebody young walks by them? Are they wondering, is that person going to do something to me? How do we stop this? You say my views are purely American. Well, I'm in America, sir. You talking about the world. I just told you something very intimate that goes on here every day. You might have a different reality where you are. It might be better. It might be worse. But the same conversation needs to be had. Over here it's guns and knives. Over there you got knives. But there's an element in every society that doesn't want to do the right thing. It doesn't want to work hard. They want to take the easy way. They don't want to put in the work. They either feel they can't do it, they feel somebody's holding them back, they feel the system is against them, or they just lazy. Either way, how do we get morality and honor where a man should go work and support his family and come home, kiss his wife on the cheek, rub his kid's head and say, how was your day in school? Instead of sitting out there in the corner all day and then coming home and playing video games and ignoring everybody else. How do we change it? These are the questions that I'm asking, sir. But you're not giving any solutions. Instead, you're just attacking me. Explain that, sir. You ain't said not one solution. You talking about slavery with the Irish and this and that. What solutions? How do we change this mindset? How do we change the media? Because the media is telling them you're not a man unless you got 2 or 3 dime pieces. You're not a man unless you got bastard children everywhere. You're not a man if you're not hurting people. If you're not taking, the world ain't going to give you nothing. You got to take it. How do we get rid of those stereotypes and stop having our young men believe? I don't know what they do over in your country, but I have heard young men tell me they don't expect to make 25. They got to hurry up and have kids so they can leave a legacy because they don't expect to make it to 25. I think a good marrying age would be 25. They expecting their life to end at 25, and they've been conditioned to accept it. I got a video up, I believe it's at the beginning of this channel. Well, I went to the store, and I was talking to a young lady, and the young lady asked, and I told her I didn't have any kids. She said, what the hell you waiting for? I had my kids at 15. I ain't got it out the way now, and she had 4 of them. So, wait a minute, you supposed to get married, put some money away, make sure you got a car and a house or a nice apartment or something before you start thinking about kids. They doing it backwards. They having the kids first. Who started this and how do we reverse it? These are the things we talking about here. And we not getting into feelings. We not getting into emotions. We just stating facts. Everything that I have presented to you, I can't speak for the article because they're not mine. But everything I've told you is things that I've seen with my own eyes. Now, like I say, I don't live in England. I don't live in Ireland. I don't live in Africa. I don't live in Mexico. I live in Baltimore City in the United States. And I see my people on a downward trend. In the city where there's potential, there are good tech jobs here. There are good jobs down. We have factories. We have the Port of Baltimore. Good jobs. But the youth don't see them jobs. They don't see themselves doing it. They don't. There's construction constantly going on. But I see the majority of Mexicans doing it. Why are we not doing it? That's our neighborhoods. Why are we not making that money? Why do we think that somebody else only can do that? How do we change that thinking? Why do we think we can only sell drugs? We can only play basketball. We can only box. We can only sing and dance and rap or be a comedian. Instead of being the comedian, instead of being the ball player, instead of being the boxer, why can't we be the promoter? Why can't we own the damn team? Why can't we own the music industry? We the ones making the money for them. Why we not owning them? How do you break those stereotypes? These are the things that I'm asking, and I'm asking for solutions. Don't tell me about, oh, you ain't talking about this. I'm talking about this one particular area called the United States that's supposed to be the richest country in the world. And why is it that even the blacks who do make it, they still, most of them don't own nothing? If they do own something, the minute they die, their relatives come and tear it up. Why is that? How do we break the chain so we can have a safer America? So our children can go outside and play and not have to worry about dodging a bullet. So our elderly women can go out on check day and not be worried about somebody snatching their purse. How do we change that? This is what I'm talking about. How do we get people to have ambition? To start creating. Instead of trying to take over what's already made, how do we get them to create their own? Why, in order for them to have something, they got to take what you got? You see the same drug dealers fighting over the same corners. Like it's only the same 20 corners when the city got thousands of them. These are the things I'm asking. Let me look at the chat. Papa D says, but you're buying your baseball caps knowing children are used as slaves to make them. Okay, and what are the parents of those children that's allowing them, their government to pay them low wages? The same way I said, why was all them people coming up from Honduras and trying to get through Mexico to get to the United States instead of picking up something and busting them damn soldiers in the back of their head and taking over their government? Why are they running? They got their own homeland. They got a culture. And they won't fight for it. But they'll come over here and try and sneak in. I've covered that topic too and got a sale for it. The one thing I will give the past two generations, they ain't running. They saying, hey, we not going to do it the right way. We going to get it how we can get it. But we not going to run. But everybody from them countries you talk about, they want to run over here instead of picking up something, a bat, a bottle, a table leg, or whatever they can grab, and going up and busting the military where they at in the back of the damn head and getting to that government and taking them out of there and putting in good people. They want to run. Everybody want to run here. That's a topic too that we can cover if you want. It ain't just the United States. You have bad governments all over the world. But the people are the power. And they got to believe in something to overcome insurmountable odds. You got to believe in something. If you don't believe in nothing, it's too easy for you to give up. It's too easy to run. Some of y'all say, well, why do you care? Because I say it again. One day we're going to all be old. And we're going to have to depend on these people to take care of us in the nursing homes. You hear the stories about the people being beat, bruises all over them. The women being raped in the nursing home. Why would somebody young want to rape somebody old and dried up? I don't understand it. To me, that takes some kind of evil. We need to fix these kids. The question is how? I say through religion. Does anybody have a better idea? Because locking them up don't work. They come out worse. They go to jail to learn how to be better criminals. For everyone you lock up, it's 10 of them ready to take their place. You got children growing up, they're not idolizing LeBron James or Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan. They idolizing the drug dealer in the neighborhood. And they ain't thinking about being bigger than them drug dealers. They thinking about how can I take over his empire. They don't even have a desire to make their own. They want what's already taken. The same way our women don't want to take a good man and make him into a great man. They want to take somebody else's great man. I've had women tell me, I don't want to take the time to mold a man to where I want him to be. I want a man that's already been molded, so I ain't got to do nothing. Well, that man gonna come with baggage. Children from other lazy women like you, and you gonna have to deal with them baby mamas. And that's why you see them fighting in the street. That's why you see them slashing tires and busting windows. They don't want to take the effort, the work, to put time in on anything, not even their own kids. They expect somebody to do it for them or them just take it from somebody that's already put the work in. When did this become acceptable? When did it become acceptable? Why is a country that's supposed to be Christian and Muslim and have the highest crime rate in the world? Nobody do business unless they have to with us. Why? How do we change it? We don't need to look at any articles. Let me look at the chat. Let me see if anybody got any good ideas. You saying the world doesn't revolve around America? Well, Papa D, I'm in America. If you want to send me some articles on what's going on in Britain, I will cover them. If I pull the articles, I don't live in Britain. I'm not going to be able to give a proper illustration because first thing you're going to say is, you don't live here. You don't know what you're talking about. But if you would like to come on, because I know that y'all got a Muslim problem over there in Britain, where the Muslims are coming over and doing kidnapping and rape and molestation and trafficking, child trafficking. If you want to come and talk about that, I'll gladly show it. But I don't like to talk about things that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But don't sit there and say that because we're not talking about what might be going on in your area. Because this ain't the first time you brought up Ireland. You've done it before. I've never been to Ireland, so I can't comment on Ireland. But you say you're from there, then you can come give us a perspective. I can do a stream yard, and you can come on the panel. You ain't got to show your face. You can go on Google. They have voice changes. I saw one on Amazon for $20. Anybody can come up and change their voice, use any thumbnail you want, and get your point across. But don't say because I'm not covering other places I don't live that I'm just only seeing one thing. When I go outside, that's what I see. And that's what I talk about. When we look at the news, yes, It's either California, New York, Chicago, Detroit, Atlanta, because these are the biggest places in the United States. People are going to associate with it, and that's why they watch. But if I showed them something out of London, they're looking at, they don't go there. But everybody knows when you go to Walmart now, you better look over your shoulder. When you go to the mall, you better look over your shoulder. Know where the exits are. When you go to the gas station, well, you even going at 6 in the morning, still you can get shot. Don't know how it is in Ireland. Papa D says my ignorance is wait a minute, let me read this. Hold on a second. Is there a way to blow this up so I can really see it? It's kind of small. Is there a way to blow this up? Here we go. Now I can read the chat. All right, now it's big on the screen. All right. So Ava J says it's all right for them to sell drugs, but just not out in the open. No, they shouldn't be selling drugs, period. But if you're going to do something, shouldn't you take some time and figure out how to do it correctly? I mean, if you're gonna rob a bank, you don't just walk in there and say, "Hey, give me some money." You make a plan. You learn how much security they have. You learn how often do the police drive by. You learn when do they have the most money in the vault. If you're going to do something, take the time to plan it. They just go in there with a gun and say, "Give me some money." Just walk in blindly, and then they'd be surprised when they get locked up. If you're going to do something, at least take the time to plan it out. Papa D said, "Sir, you was talking about slavery. Slavery wasn't the topic. The topic is the value and the honor system of today's youth is almost gone. They don't have no respect for the law, no respect for their elders, no respect for each other. How do we change that? Why do we let it get this bad? How do we start repairing it? Does anybody have any solutions?" Papa D says, "Maybe I type slow, you read comments slow, but when I type this, what you're talking about." Mudduck says, "E-bikes too is BD promoting slavery." He said, "Oh my gosh, so much is produced that way, and people happily buy it while crying about slavery." Slavery has been going on since the beginning, but there was the slavery not the same. Slavery that the Europeans did is not the same as the slavery that been around since biblical days. There's a difference, and stop trying to justify it. There's a difference. Another word for slavery is indentured servant. People would sell themselves into slavery if they had no other way to make it. But you served someone for a certain amount of years, and then they freed you, and they gave you some land, and you went and you worked that land. And then you was able to afford one day, you could afford slaves of your own. The slavery that the Europeans did is different. The slavery that the Arabs did was different. You wasn't a human being no more. You was property like cattle. You didn't just serve 7 or 8, 10 years. You served your life, and your children and grandchildren and great great grandchildren and great great grandchildren were owned for their whole lives by that family. That's a difference. There's a difference between the slavery and real slavery. Because I don't think slavery is a good name. There was no way out of slavery. And the one good thing about the British was they were the first to do away with it. And in doing so, the United States broke away from them. And when the North stopped doing it, the South tried to break away. And that's a fact. That slavery ain't the same. It ain't you work for me for 7 years. Because when you were talking about the Irish, I guarantee you the majority of them were indentured. Because that's what the British did when they came with the colonists. I'll pay your way to the New World. You work for me for 7 years. I'll give you some land, help you build a house, and then you do your own thing. And who knows, in 5 or 6 years, you'll be able to get some indentured servants. That's how it's been. That's how it was. But there was no honor, like I said earlier, because they would bring them over here on the boat and they would run away. And somebody would, especially if they were good looking, somebody would always pick them up. And then when they came with the sheriff, hey, that's my slave, my indentured servant. No, it ain't. That's my wife. That's my husband. They been here for 20 years. How could you prove they wasn't? That's why it didn't work. Honor. There wasn't none. Because in biblical days, you wasn't embarrassed to be a slave. You knew that you was going to earn your freedom, and then you could do what you wanted to do. European slavery was different. You was a slave for life. You was a piece of property. You was an animal. You was a cow. You was a horse. You and all your descendants. There ain't no comparison. Generation after generation after generation. Locked in. There ain't no comparison. But people want to, say, yeah, but it was all the same. No, it ain't. The same way I've been on this housing list for years. It's finally coming to fruition. I did my time. I'm finally at the top of the list. I'm waiting to see what they're going to do. I did my time. I didn't think I was going to live to earn a G on my SSDI. Thanks to the raise this year, I hit a G. I got on it in 2016, and I was at 8 something. How many years it been? But I survived, and I hit my goal. Now my goal is to hit 1,300. Will I live long enough to see 1,300? So 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Damn, it's been 7 years already. It took 7 years to get $113 in raises. Now I need 299. That's going to take about 14 years. Will I live that long? I don't know, but that's my next goal. Can I hit 1,300? It's going to take about another 14 years. But I could see, even if I don't live that long, I can see myself progressing and getting there. I can see it. But if you say, hey, you only going to make 8 something for the rest of your life, there's no way to move. There's no growth. There's nothing to aim for. This is what I'm going to make. And it's not going to change. This is what these slaves, there was no end. There was no, I do my time. I work hard. And in the end, I'm going to get something. No, that wasn't. That's what made it so vicious. There was no hope. And then there's no hope for their children. And there was no guarantee that if you took a wife, she could be sold or you could be sold. Your children could be sold. And the damn thing you can do about it. That's what made that so vicious. Stop trying to compare it to indenture because you can't. And people don't want to talk about that part, but it's the truth. It was evil. It was vicious. People try to downplay it. But that part of history is done. We got different problems now. We got people that don't want to do nothing that can. Those slaves couldn't do nothing. And Jim Crow, with all the problems they had, people own stuff. That was the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal said that back in the late 1800s, black people owned 1.1% of them own property. Today, with all the basketball players and all the celebrities, we only own 1.7. We've gone from 1.1 in 1888 to 1.7%. 1.7%. We've only came up 6 percentage points since 1888. That is sad. So how do we change it? So that means that you got people that's making money now, they don't own nothing. They still consumers. And that's what the majority of black people are, consumers. How do we get them to own? I got a video up that I put in 2017. I gave a plan for lifestyle, how to create businesses. I bet you that video don't have 100 views. It's been up since 2017. I bet you it don't have 100 views on it. I shot 3 back-to-back videos, and then I stuck the True Freeman video in the middle of it. The True Freeman video got almost 1,700 views. I guarantee you the 3 videos what I'm talking about a plan. I bet you it ain't all three of them together don't make 100. I put money on it. This is the problem that we have. Matter of fact, let's go take a look. You said there was no, I just saw that as it changed by. You said there was no America in the biblical days. I compared what slavery was. You keep talking about black people weren't the only ones enslaved. There's a difference between indentured slavery and the slavery that the Europeans did. There's a difference. And when I say European, I mean America and Britain. Because remember, the United States came from Britain. Why are we no longer associated? Because the British stopped slavery. And they turned on them. And you going to deny that too? They cared about slavery so much, they turned on the king. Oh, Lord, how many videos do I have, for God's sake? This could take a while. We only have 1 year ago. I know it's this channel or the Reverend channel. It should be this channel. There ain't no way to like speed this up. I don't want you to come. I want you to come down. Well, can I hold it? There you go. How many videos do I have, for God's sake? We still a year ago. All right, we had 2 years ago. Wait a minute, here we go. Cause I'm wearing a red shirt. Here we go, right here. It's on your screen. Why won't black people support each other? 40 views. The steps we black people should take to improve our lives. 38 views. You must watch this video now where I reveal the plan. 61 views. True Freeman, Sunshine, and others. 1.7K. Why black people won't support each other, 62 views. The steps we should take to improve our lives, 35 views. It's from 4 years ago. You must watch this video now, 61 views. Drew Freeman, Sunshine, and others, 1.7K, 1.7 thousand views. This is the video that Vic played on his show. Shout out to the Army Vic Damone. 1.7 thousand views. First video to the sector. Look at all the positive videos surrounding it. No views. Black women come home. 57 views. Dr. Umar, True Freeman, and Poppy Hassan, 27 views. Celebrities and athletes, please watch. 36 views. It's not the white man that's killing us. 24 views. Must watch. Black celebrities. Oh, True Freeman name in there. 175 views. 343 blacks murdered in Baltimore City. 139 views. My rap, Streets of Baltimore. We got 89 views. Why won't black people support each other? 42 views. The steps we blacks take to improve our lives, 35 views. But True Freeman, Sunshine, and others, 1.7 thousand. Donald Trump says blacks are lazier than Hispanics, 43 views. So Donald Trump name didn't even out. The Willie Lynch syndrome revisited, 34 views. True Freeman fan gets easier than 360 degree, 115 views. Sonetta, stop scamming the people and help them, 92 views. Umar Johnson, get the people their money back, 56 views. Why are there so many religions, 35 views. But check this out. True Freeman, here we go again, 354. Is True Freeman scared of Tariq Nasheed, 153. True Freeman, 213. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Look at the views on True Freeman. But look at me talking about stuff that's positive that we should really be looking at. Don't nobody give a damn. And this is the problem. Either I don't have the charisma to get the message across, or people just don't give a damn about the message. Which one is it? But you'll listen to me roast somebody. Somebody make that make sense. So, in order to get good views, I had to tear somebody down. How do you inspire somebody if the only way to reach them is to tear somebody down? This is something I've had to live with. Since we stopped roasting, the views are in the toilet. My mother said they don't give a damn about the message. Need bike riding and roasting. Papa D said, "Do you notice what the thing about every YouTuber talking about, but I'm the one talking about race?" Papa D, when I came to YouTube, I came in. See, this is a problem. And once again, I'll say it and I might get blasted for it, but I'll say it. Jesus said that he came back for the Israelites, but the Romans included themselves in it. Then the Europeans included themselves in it. When I came to YouTube, I came to help black people, but black people didn't hear the message. They didn't care. And we picked up white people. And I had to lessen. I had to take the edge off because more white people were supporting than the black people was. And I think this is the reason why Gentiles were included by Jesus and God, because they were willing to hear the message and listen than the people that he chose. I see the same parallel. I have to live with it every day. I have to pretend I don't see it. Like, damn, we only got 30 views today. Damn, we only got 25 views today. When we used to average between 150 and 3 something. Our highest video is 6,200. And it's not a roast video, but it's about Tommy Sotomayor. About him going to Twitch. I had a full house. Everybody was there, including you. Full house. When I had the raggediest piece of equipment. People don't want to change. They settle. They happy. They content. They don't want to improve. They like the position they in. And they comfortable. And it's hard to get them to say, hey, we can do better. And that's why the children don't have no respect for them. Because the children want to do better, but they don't know how. And that's why they turn to things like drug dealing and stripping and prostitution and home invasions. They trying to get it. The elders are content where they are. They're not showing them the right way to do it. So they getting it how they can get it. And they laughing at their elders. Yeah, okay, you worked the job for 40 years. I make twice what you make doing what I'm doing. How you gonna tell me something? I need to teach you. This is why they don't respect the elders. They think they jokes. Yeah, you do it the right way and you scrape. I go out here and look at this fast, easy money. Here, let me buy you something, because you can't buy me nothing. They don't have no respect, and they're willing to do anything to get that money. And the media is telling them, you got to have this. If you ain't got this, you ain't a man. I remember a song when I was about 15 or 16 that came on the airwaves. And it wasn't even a whole song. It was just part of the song. Where this woman came on there and said, well, when I was with Barry B, he had me in Fendi and all kinds of stuff. And you don't give me nothing. I don't know who Steady B is, but I don't know what kind of man he is because she didn't mention what kind of man he was. But she mentioned that he kept her in jewelry and nice purses and clothes. That was more important than the man. And it seems like that's what it is. What can somebody give you? Because, see, the women drive the men. And back in my day growing up, you had to meet the parents. You had to get by the father. And the woman would tell you, if you want me to be with you, first you got to get a job. You got to get a car. You got to have some kind of education or have some kind of trade where you can take care of me and our children. Come back when you got that. And if the man wanted you, he would go do it. Now, they don't even try to get a man to do anything. They looking for somebody that already got it. That's why they stealing so many husbands from each other. They want somebody that got it already. Or they want a drug dealer. Or somebody that's doing something illegal. Where they know they're going to have that fast money. It ain't about how good the man is. It's what can they get. And the cherry on top is, if they do go out there and they get killed by a cop, they the first ones out there trying to get the money. When they get the lawyer Crump, they right there to get the money. It's different. How do we get back to the values and the ways of old? I've only glanced at the chat. I'm not used to having a chat, remember? My chat usually did. Whoa, look at the chat. My chat usually did. Can I show you the last video? I'm not used to reading the chat. Because there normally ain't nobody in it. Hold on. I see Nia, Tristan. Let me speed up some. Nia, Tristan. Speed up again. It ain't moved. Check it out on YouTube. That's the last comment. Do y'all see this? Check it out on YouTube. Let's fast forward 20 minutes. Same comment. Check it out on YouTube. Let's fast forward another 20 minutes. Check it out on YouTube. And Tristan asks, Naya, where'd you go, Naya? Let's go another 20 minutes. Still the same question. Naya with a question mark. Let's go another 20 minutes. Same question. Let's go to the end. Same question. Like I said, I'm not used to nobody being in the chat. That's a sad thing to say. So when you say I don't keep track of the chat, you saw the same questions hang there for 40 minutes. You think I can't keep up with the chat where the people only saying something every 20 minutes? So hold on a sec. I'm gonna read the comments. Hold on a sec. Far back as we can go. BD, be serious, please, sir. With all the respect, your views on slavery is the same as all Americans and Africans. Slavery has been going on before since Jesus was born. I covered that already. Let's see what else you got. Ava says, yeah, the old is everyone has a twin. Papa D says the worst thing is slavery is still going on. Mother said credit card make everybody a slave to their bank. Papa D says shift to another store that's getting their Nike clothes from child slavery in Asia. Ava says, wow, that blow my mind, shake my head. Papa D said, but it's okay because Asian kids ain't black. Papa D, see, this is the problem that I have with this statement. If you want me to comment on your comment, I covered it already. Where are the 3.5 billion people that's in China? I said 3.5 billion. Why are they allowing their children to work like that? Why are they allowing their government to do that? I don't care how many soldiers. It's 3.5 billion people. If they all pick something up, they can't shoot all of them. If you want to take your land back, take it back. That ain't the same odds. Yeah, they might have 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers, but they got 3.4 billion people. That ain't the same scenario here in the United States. You got 14 million black people. You got 300 million white people. That scenario don't work. It don't. So stop trying to say they're the same. I say the same thing for the people in Honduras. I'll say the same thing for the people in Nigeria, Libya, South Africa. They outnumber them and still get beat up. What's the excuse? If you believe you should have guns, then you need to pick up something and go bust the political leaders in the back of their head and take over the government and say, we want our guns back. But you don't. Instead, you whine about it. Or you just pick up a knife and try and stab each other instead of shooting each other. Some people have choices. Some people don't have choices. They have to fight a different way. Over here, you have to go along to get along. You have to make concessions, but that's no excuse to have your children out of control. Because, yeah, it's only 14 million black people in the United States. But we 70% are incarcerated. Why is that? If it's 300 million white people, they should dominate the prisons. But we dominate the prison system with bodies. But we don't run them. The mob run them. The Mexican cartel run them. We got more bodies in there, but we don't run nothing. The same way we don't run nothing in the real world. When you start owning stuff, when you start producing your own goods, people will respect you. But when you're dependent on other people to provide your basic needs, yeah, that's a form of slavery. Because all you is a consumer. And when they decide they don't want to sell to you, what do? I don't know how to farm. I don't know how to make electricity. I don't know how to make a water sewage plant. I don't even know how to do a well. That means that I'm dependent, and the majority of the minorities in the United States are dependent on the majority. And as long as you dependent, I got videos up where I say we need to start and make our own cell phone company. They decided to cut our phones off. What can we do? Something as simple as a daggone cell phone, or your home phone, or your cable, or your electricity. They just say, we ain't gonna give it to them. Just cut it off. And what can you do? Get your little gun and get laid out by AK-47s and bombs. What can you do? You trying to make me feel sorry for people that can do. Because I don't care how good your army is. The colonists beat the best military in the world at that time. And the best military in the world was the British Navy. And some raggedy colonists that had heart beat them. But they fought them on their land. If they had got on a boat and went over there to England, England would have killed them. But they sent soldiers over, and all the soldiers marched the same way, and they just sat and hid and just picked them off. But let the colonists had gotten boats and let them had gone over to England, it would have killed them because they didn't know what nothing was. They had millions of people. There probably was about 200,000 or 300,000 colonists. They wouldn't have took England. Too many bodies, body for body. But if you just send some soldiers over there, if I can beat your soldiers, I can, make you say, it ain't worth it. Losing too many people. You gotta remember the United States wasn't developed. It was colonies on the coast, going up and down the East Coast. So they had to deal with the woods and disease and sickness and the Indians attacking. And you had Spain over there. You had the French over there. You had the Mexicans down below. They said it wasn't worth it. But these colonists here, it's always worth it. And they beat everybody up. The only way to get any kind of was to get their sympathy. That was the only way. Sympathy. But these countries, these people have mass, they have power, and they don't use it. How do you feel sorry for somebody who got power and won't use it? The same way I'm saying, the limited power that my black people have in this country, They won't use it. The libraries are not closed. The schools are not closed. It's economic opportunity. We can start owning things because we did it before. We had Rosewood. Okay, white people got mad and burnt it down. Okay, well, you make another one. We never did. We had a nice place down there in Texas. White people got mad and burnt it up. They never rebuilt it. That's our fault. We should have rebuilt it. They would have got tired. They would have seen, hey, these people ain't gonna quit. We gonna have to let them have it. But we quit, and that's why our children don't respect us because they see quitters. They don't want to be quitters. They don't want to be losers. They're trying to take what they can take. We keep going round and round, round and round, round and round. Everybody want to make an excuse. Everybody want to jump on me. Where are the solutions? Where are the solutions? You say for the 10th time, please react to the video Battle of Bainbridge Bridge. Oh, let me copy that. Hold on. I ain't gonna play it, but let me copy it. I lost it. Where it go? Hold on. You say you can say in the same way. Why did millions of Africans allow slavery in America? You have to understand that this is something that most people don't cover. And if you Google it, it's gonna be hard to find. But you know that after the Babylonians occupied the Holy Land, Israel, I'm sorry, Judah and Israel, you know that a lot of them fled. They didn't want to be enslaved. So they fled. They fled down into Egypt and Africa. A lot of them settled in Africa, but they weren't African. And when the Africans would fight, sometimes they would come attack them because they wasn't African. And they would sell them to other tribes. They would sell them to the slave buyers when they came. They weren't giving them their people. They were giving them the exiles. The majority of black people that were sold and were shipped all over the world, the majority of them were exiles. That's why the Bible says they will be shipped all over the world, which is why I don't understand how Jewish people that were up there in Greenland and only got beat up by Hitler, how were they shipped all over the world in slavery? How are they the chosen people? No, the chosen people were the refugees that ran from the Holy Land and settled in Africa. There were foreigners there, and the Africans had no problem selling foreigners. And that's how they wound up all over the world. They are the true Israelites. And somebody got up in the boat and went up there and taught some people up there near Greenland something and got back on the boat and came back. And they kept it. And they took that and played the cards. And the rest of the world had no problem saying these were the real Jews. Because it made it hard to enslave the real Jews. And Jew was not a real word. There was no J back then. So how could there be a Jew anything? But it's easier to say that these people that Hitler beat up is the same people Now I heard of running, but that's a long way to run. That's a lot of people on that convoy to go run and set up a whole new country and nobody followed you. Some people get away and you don't notice them. How you don't notice a whole convoy of people? And they had to travel on foot from the Middle East all the way up to the top of the world. Nobody noticed them. Nobody noticed them until Hitler did. I don't understand it. Doesn't make sense to me. But if you want to believe that, then believe it. I can't make you believe what you want to believe. But I do believe the same people that beat everybody up, that continue slavery, will rather support some cowardly people and make them the scapegoat and say, yeah, okay, we'll call you that. We'll call you the people. It's better than saying they are, because then we can't enslave them then. They're God's chosen people. We supposed to be Christian. How can we enslave them? We should be subservient to them, not enslaving them. So we'll go ahead and make you, and we'll lie and say that you the same people. You see all the pictures of the Egyptians writing on the walls. They don't look nothing like them people up there in Greenland, but you expect us to believe it. You expect us to believe that Moses was white with blue eyes. And his daughter brought him in their house and said, this is your grandson. And the Pharaoh didn't kill him. But the plantation daughter could bring in a pitch black baby into the master house and say, this is your grandson. You expect us to believe that? You really expect us to believe that? But I'm beyond that. When Jesus come back, it'll correct. Because I thought Jesus was supposed to give Jerusalem back. I didn't know the United Nations was going to give it back to him. Anybody? His people were going to be scattered all over the world. Somebody always have a boot on their neck until Jesus come back. Them people over there in Israel don't have no boot on their neck. They got the support of the United States. They over there beating up the Palestinians and everybody. What? But believe what you want to believe. But I don't live in Israel. I don't live in Germany. I don't live in Greenland. I live in the United States. And I'm just trying to make life easier for my people. I don't believe we ever gonna be on top, ever, until Jesus come back. But just because we can't be on top doesn't mean we can't do well. We can't be respected. We can't have our children respect us. There's a difference. The same way I said I'm not meant to be a front man. But there ain't no shame in being the person behind the scenes. You don't have to have the glory to get glorified. But everybody wants to be front and center. Everybody wants to be seen. Everybody want to be the man. Everybody wants somebody to be jealous of them. I'd rather somebody say, hey, this guy ain't got nothing, but look at him. Look at the glow on him. I want that glow. The jewelry ain't giving it to me. The money ain't giving it to me. The easy sex ain't giving me that glow. I'm miserable. You miserable because you don't have God and Jesus. Once you really get that and really get it, not just tell yourself, well, my pastor say I got it. Okay. I go to church every Sunday. Hey, I pray once a week. Ain't nobody paying you no mind because you don't have no relationship, but you keep telling yourself. That's why people are not happy. I can honestly say, most of y'all would say I got nothing. I got 10 times what I had since I started in 2017. 2017, I couldn't get around. I can get around now. 2017, I had a place I was ashamed of. I'm not ashamed of my place. I'm eating better now, healthier. My weight is down. My blood sugar is down. Everything is on the up. But most people think I'm one step above a bum. I've shown through behavior. You've seen me go from having blood sugar readings of 300 and something. I hit 103 the other day. Unheard of. I'm making changes. I'm doing it and showing you how to do it in front of you. The little $45 raise that we got this year is really not helping with the new diet. It costs so much. But the results, you can't argue with. For the first time ever, we went to see 2 doctors last week and got glowing results. For the first time, I wasn't embarrassed. I wasn't ashamed. I wasn't worried about the numbers for the first time because I knew I've been keeping track of them. I knew I was on point. I didn't have to hurry up and take a whole bunch of medicine and hope that it would help. Because, see, the scale ain't going to lie. The glucose meter ain't going to lie. When they take that lab from you and they take that blood out you and they go analyze it, it ain't going to lie. And for the first time, my doctor, my general doctor, for the first time, and I've been seeing her for 3 years now, the first time she didn't ask for a lab. For the first time, she didn't put down there on the sheet uncontrolled diabetes. So while y'all are laughing at me for not having enough money to get through the month with, while y'all laughing at me talking about, look at him, he know he gonna pick that up, he know he gonna get that. The results are there. You can do it if you buckle down. And these young people need to learn. You can do it if you buckle down. You can make change. I'm living proof of it. I said I wanted to get down to 260 pounds. And when I said it, I was 295. And I'm averaging between 261 and 264. I'm getting there. And when the summer hit, ooh, child, things are going to get easier. When it start getting warm again. And if I get this housing, when I get it, if I'm on the first floor somewhere, I'm in a place with an elevator and a ramp, I'm going to be outside riding every day. And the weight going to come down. And the more the weight come down, the faster that bike going to be able to carry me. The less battery it's going to use to carry me. I'm still waiting for my knee to heal. The swelling's gone down, and I'm not limping anymore. I'm actually walking. It's coming down. That's why we haven't been out. It's two reasons why we haven't been on a mobile bike ride. Number one, they lost the mount. Hopefully it'll be here tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. But I kept looking. It took me uh 3 days, but I found the old mount that we had, so I could put it back on I could put the phone on my shoulder or put it back on my head. But the strap for the helmet keep coming loose. So so rather than buy a new helmet, I'm just gonna have to carry the backpack. I was thinking about getting one of them vests, and I could put, it's zip up. It's one of them vests, the bike riders wear. Hold on, let me see if I can show you real quick. It should be right here in the cart. Y'all always say that but I'm trying to wait till next month. But I need to see the cart. But that's my food deliveries from Amazon. I'm thinking about getting this safety vest so that people can see me when I'm on the road. And what I could do is I could take the mount. Let me show you. I'm trying to eat when I'm hungry rather than eat out of habit. Try it. Eat when you get hungry rather than eat out of habit. Battle of Bamba Bridge, the little known racially motivated attack on black soldiers during World War II. See if I can blow this up so y'all can see it. Ooh, that's the wrong one. That hit that one. There we go. Blow it up so y'all can see it. Can we go one more time? All right. Oops. A bloody little known battle between black and white U.S. soldiers in northern England 78 years ago forced a reckoning over the military's unequal treatment of minority troops. Bullet holes found in the woods surrounds of the NatWest Bank and Bamber Bridge in Lancashire in the north of England in the late 1980s led to the rediscovery of an event that saw some of the few shots fired in anger in England during World War II, which had been largely forgotten. These were not shots fired by invading troops, but American GIs against their own military police. Intrigued by its discovery, Clinton Smith, the black British maintenance worker who discovered the holes in the woodwork, asked locals how they could have got there. He was told that they were the remnants of the Battle of Bamber Bridge, when black American troops stationed in the town faced off against white U.S. Army military police on the night of June 25th, 1943. More mutiny than a battle, it led to the death of Private William Crossland in nearby Mounsey Road, and four other injuries to black American soldiers in a 5-hour confrontation which spread from the Thatch Oldie Hub Inn at one end of the town to the Adams Hall Army Camp, where from early 1943 the U.S. 8th Army Quartermaster Truck Company, a black company apart from a few white officers, had been based. The event was officially downplayed in order not to undermine morale on the home front, but the events of that night led to the conviction of 27 black American soldiers. The battle. The whole incident is typical of the clashes and on around bases in Britain between black and white American troops. 44 between November 1943 and February 1944 alone, where the intrinsic racism in the segregated army led to confrontations. This was especially the case in a foreign setting where the black soldiers saw around them a very different reality from what they faced at home, a non segregated society where they were welcomed as fellow fighters against fascism rather than tolerated hard carriers for the war effort as they were generally treated by the U.S. Army. That evening in 1943, black troops and white locals were stretching out, drinking up time in the pub at the end of the evening. Words were exchanged, and military police arrived and tried to arrest Private Eugene Nunn for not wearing a proper uniform. But they faced new solidarities. A white British soldier challenged the military police. Why do you want to arrest them? They're not doing anything or bothering anybody. The incident escalated into a fist fight, and the military police were beaten back. When they returned with reinforcements to meet the group, now returning to camp, a battle developed in the street. Shots were fired, and Crossland died with a bullet in his back. When rumors spread at the camp that black GIs had been shot, scores of men formed a crowd, some carrying rifles. The arrival at around midnight of more military police with a machine gun equipped vehicle convinced many of the black soldiers that the police intended to kill them, and they drew rifles from the stores. Some barricaded themselves into the base, others tore off back into town, leading to running, shooting battles in the streets. Many of the black American troops standing up to the military police that feeble night were no doubt influenced by news filtering through of race riots in Detroit on June 20th, where defenseless black men were attacked by racist police, responsible for the deaths of 17 of the 25 African Americans killed. In his essay, George Orwell alluded to the oft quoted assertion that American GIs were oversexed, overpaid, and overhere, but he qualified this with the observation that the general consensus of opinion is that only American soldiers with decent manners are Negroes. The black American servicemen were welcomed into the leisure time of their British hosts in ways that spread solidarity, a former GI, Clearthur Hathock, remembers. At the time, the jitterbug was in, and the blacks would get a bugging, and the English just loved that. We would go into a dance hall and just take over the place because everybody wanted to know how to do that American dance, the jitterbug. They went wild over that. The town did not share the U.S. Army segregationist attitudes, according to Arthur Anthony Burgess, who spent time in Bamber Bridge during World War I when U.S. military authorities demanded that the town pubs impose a color bar. The landlords responded with signs that read "Black troops only." The extent to which it's rankled the white American troops is shown by the comments of a lieutenant. One thing I notice here, which I don't like, is the fact that the English don't draw any color line. The English must be pretty ignorant. I can't see how a white girl could associate with a Negro. This sort of attitude exemplifies the particular resentment over the way black troops openly fraternized with white British women, and many of the confrontations during the period were sparked by the ease of interracial relationships in a British rather than American context. The military authorities tried to push back against this by imposing Jim Crow segregating in Britain, so that when black American world heavyweight boxing champion Joe Louis visited on a propaganda tour in 1944, he encountered blatant racism from the troops he was visiting as he had at home. The events in Bamber Bridge encapsulated these Jim Crow practices and the wider paradox of the open arm welcome from the local residents, coupled with the resentment of that welcome by white American troops. The pub was a place of sanctuary for black troops when they mingled with mainly friendly locals and where the segregation had to endure in the American South was thankfully absent. Local resident Gillian Vesey recalled how, as a young barmaid at the old Hob Inn, she stood up for African American soldiers against attempts by white Americans to impose discriminatory practices in the pub, insisting that American white soldiers wait their turn rather than expecting to be served before their black colleagues. Keeping a segregated army in the context of fighting for democracy became untenable, and in 1948, the then U.S. President Harry Truman signed Executive Order 9981, which eventually led to an integrated army. While the convictions of the troops involved at Bamber Bridge were largely commuted or overturned, soldiers returned to Jim Crow segregation in the U.S. with the reality that some veterans were lynched in their uniforms. But the new freedoms they experienced in Europe meant they were not prepared to put up with discrimination, racism, and racial violence again. As veteran Wilford Strange said in the documentary film Chocolate Soldiers from the USA, "I think the impact these soldiers had by volunteering was the initiation of the civil rights movement, because these soldiers were never going back to be discriminated against again. None of us were." So I've never said this. I've never said this, Papa D, but you know, I said earlier that the British should have crushed the colonists, and they didn't. If the British had won the Revolutionary War, slavery would have ended. And instead, it went on for another 100 and something years. But the British told black people that if they joined with them, they would get their freedom. Did the British take those soldiers that were fighting for them? Did they bring them back to Britain, or did they leave them here to be re-enslaved? I've never seen any articles on that. Have you seen any in Britain? What happened to the thousands of soldiers that joined the British and trying to help beat the colonists? Whatever happened to them? And how come England never tried to intervene, during, Jim Crow, during the civil rights movement? Because actually, y'all had a bone to pick. But I'm asking you. I don't know. I haven't done any research. I'm asking you. It just came to me, and I'm asking if you know anything. Mudduck said they fled to Canada. Papa D says again, you only know USA history. That's why I'm asking you, sir. Even though the North, when they got into industry, you know, producing things in the mill, producing things in the factory, they didn't need slaves anymore. Britain freed their slaves. Why did the influence take so long for the North and England to have any impact on the South? And you say, oops, something went wrong. Hey, Papa D, can you send it to me on the Hangout? Let me see if Papa D's still here. Mm. Did you change your name? In there. Oh, I did. Well, how do I unblock you? Cause I don't see you. Okay, wait a minute. All right, hold on. I unblocked you. I don't see you though. All right, you're not on the list no more. Where are you? Uh, am I spelling it right? Okay, we'll figure that out later. What happened? Here's That's my email. If anybody wanna hook up on Hangouts, there's the email. And let me go to YouTube. It should still be in the memory. Battle with Bangor Bridge. All right. Hopefully we don't get flagged for this. Let's go.
And Allied forces such as the Americans and Soviets going toe-to-toe. But did you know that 2 American units fought and shot each other over in northwest England in June 1943? This is the story of the so-called Battle of Bamber Bridge, a skirmish fueled by beer and no small amount of racism. Until US President Harry S. Truman issued Executive Order 9981 in July 1948, the branches of the United States Armed Forces suffered from varying degrees of racial segregation. The first clause of the order read as follows: "It is hereby declared that there shall be equality of treatment and opportunity for all persons in the armed services without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin." Of course, the order didn't erase racism in the military, and it was put into effect some 5 years after the Battle of Bamber Bridge. Throughout World War II, some 2 million American servicemen passed through or were stationed in the UK for a variety of purposes, and they weren't always on the job. They often toured the UK and interacted with its denizens. Many American servicemen married English women and brought them back to America when the war was over. More often than not, African Americans were well received by the British populace, at least at the start. When more racist white Americans poured into the UK, they imposed their aholery upon the British, refusing, for example, to eat at a restaurant that served black people. According to Roy Otterly's article, Dixie Invades Britain, which was published in 1942, American observers who were in the UK in 1942 when the first contingents arrived from America saw amicable and smooth relations develop between the Negro troops and their British hosts. So much so that certain white American soldiers became openly resentful, and they lost no time in attempting to discipline the British people. According to an article by historian Joseph Dickinson, the resentment was due, at least in part, to the frustration of white American soldiers who saw how open British women were to relationships with black Americans and simply couldn't handle it without chucking a massive tantrum. In the words of author Graham Smith, many young girls found the blacks fascinating, appreciating their attentiveness and good manners. The United States Army Air Forces, or USAAF, the precursor to the US Air Force, operated out of more than 200 airfields in the UK, each base housing an average of 2,500 men. Among the American units which flew out of the UK was the 8th Army Air Force, and one of the 8 supporting units was the 1511th Quartermaster Truck Regiment, a racially segregated unit composed of African American soldiers. These men were housed at Air Force Station 569, or more colloquially, Adam Hall, in the village of Bamber Bridge in Lancashire, England. Their job was to deliver, via trucks, war material to other air bases in the area. When they were off duty, some of the men enjoyed a pint or two at a watering hole called Ye Old Hob Inn, where they were more than amicable with the local English. When the white Americans started cracking down on this, demanding the establishment of a colour bar in the village's 3 pubs put up signs reading "Black Troops Only." Racism, it seems, would not be tolerated in Bamber Bridge. Unfortunately, the 234th US Military Police Company, which operated on the north side of the village, were especially sore about the attentive, well-mannered African American men winning the hearts of Bamber Bridge's women. The MPs had standing orders to arrest American soldiers who were out without a pass, who weren't dressed properly, or who were acting disorderly. On the 24th of June 1943, just days after the race riot back in Detroit, Michigan, they tried to use their power to give the black soldiers of the 1511th a hard time. the consequences were disastrous. While the specifics might vary between sources, the core of the story remains the same. Possibly because an African American soldier tried to purchase a beer after last orders had been called, MPs Roy A. Windsor and Ralph F. Ridgway entered the Old Hob Inn on the night of the 24th and tried to cite one Private Eugene Nunn for being without a pass and for wearing the wrong uniform. An argument broke out, and the locals, as well as British servicewomen of the Auxiliary Territorial Service, sided with Nunn and the 1511th. An unnamed white British soldier also chimed in, saying, "Why do you want to arrest them? They're not doing anything or bothering anybody." The heat increased, and one private, Lynn M. Adams of the 1511th, brandished a bottle. In retaliation, Windsor drew his gun. It might have gone down then and there had not a black sergeant by the name of William Byrd managed to defuse the situation. The MPs got into their jeep and were on their way out, but Private Adams was mad and probably a little drunk and decided it would be a good idea to throw his bottle at the jeep. The MPs were outnumbered and chose not to retaliate at that moment. Instead, they gathered some reinforcements and ambushed the men of the 1511th as they were walking back to Adam Hall later that night. A fight ensued on the road, possibly with the MPs wielding billy clubs. The 1511th fought back with bottles and loose cobblestones. Supposedly to stop Private Adams from hurling a stone at him, MP Carson W. Bosman drew his gun and fired. The bullet struck the private in the neck, but he wasn't killed. The fight soon subsided, and the men of the 1511th made it back to Adam Hall, mostly in one piece. At some point during the chaos, a rumor spread throughout the village. A black soldier had been shot in the back, and the MPs were out on a manhunt. There seems to be a little confusion about what happened next, but the resounding narrative is that a pissed-off crowd of some 200 black men rallied at Adam Hall, standing against their white senior officers and calling for war. It's possible they would have stormed the village en masse, but the 1511th's only black officer, Lieutenant Edwin D. Jones, was able to calm them down, for the time being. It wasn't long after that, however, that about a dozen MPs drove into Adam Hall in several jeeps and an improvised armoured car fitted with a machine gun. This prompted the 1511th to seize about 2/3 of the firearms stored at Adams Hall and either take up defensive positions or drive or run out into the night to meet the MPs head-on. The locals were instructed to stay inside, and over the next 3 to 4 hours, a firefight raged throughout the Bamber Bridge area. A private of the 1511th, one William Crossland, took a bullet and died, while 4 or 5 other soldiers and 2 MPs were injured. It could have been much, much worse, all things considered. Following this mess, 2 trials were conducted.
Alright, people say don't let the video play all the way through, so talk in between. So far, basically, he's telling you the same thing I just told you in the article. But this has pictures, so I guess that's a more detailed view.
In the first, 4 of the African American men involved in the fight in which Private Adams was shot were found guilty of various offences, dishonourably discharged and sentenced to hard labour. In the second trial, 28 of the 35 defenders were convicted of offences such as ignoring orders, failing to disperse, rioting, mutiny, seizing arms and firing on officers and MPs. They were sentenced to as many as 15 years, but further reviews saw a reduction in these sentences and the release of some of the men. 15 of them returned to duty in June 1944, just in time for the Normandy landings. All in all, the longest period served by any of the men was just 13 months. Again, things could have been much worse. The commander of the 8th Army Air Force, General Ira C. Eaker, believed much of the blame fell on the MPs, whose blatant racism inspired the entire affair. The white officers of the 1511th were also largely to blame, as they did a terrible job of trying to pacify the rioting men at Adam Hall and also refused to tend to the wounded among them. At least one of them was reportedly drunk. Following the incident, the 1,511th and other trucking units' ranks were purged of racist officers and black officers were integrated into the MP units. Things got slightly better after that. We're interested to know what you think though. Had you heard of the Battle of Bamber Bridge before today? Why do you think it happened? Lastly, can you think of any similar battles which took place during the war? And shout out to my boy Kamal for suggesting this ages ago. Anyways guys, as always, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you learned something new.
Alrighty, y'all. Alright, Papa D suggested this. This was the Battle of Bamber Bridge. And this is the front. They got 385,000 subscribers. Go ahead with your bad stuff. Go ahead. Hope they don't mind us showing the video. Show us some love. Man. 384,000 subs. I wouldn't know what to do with all that. So as y'all were able to see for yourselves, as y'all will see for yourselves, black people were treated a lot better in England than they were in the United States. And I know that some of y'all are thinking to yourselves, well, if that's the case, why didn't more black people move to England? Number one, yeah, the United States wasn't going to let that story get out. One, because they would cause more people to go to England to get treated better. But number two, if they did go, the United States will come over there and take us back. Yes, they would. Without us to kick around, they'll have to kick. Without us to kick around, they had to kick around each other. And they came and got us. They already took the British on. They had the best navy in the world. And I told y'all the story of the battle here in Baltimore. I took y'all down to Fort McHenry. One day I have the money to go up in there. We get big enough. We get enough support. I'll be able to take y'all into the fort. I think it costs $20 to get in. Probably would have to take an Uber down there. So you figure $20 each way. One day we'll go down there and we'll walk around, and I'll be able to show you where the battle happened at. But they said that by the time the British had gave up or ran out of ammunition, there was 100 bodies around that flagpole. Back then, when you fought in battle, you had a flag bearer. As long as your flag was still up in the air, the battle was still on. When a flag bearer got shot, somebody else immediately picked that flag up. As long as both flags were still in the air, the war was on. Even if there was a temporary ceasefire, the flags never came down. That's how people got mad in the 80s when, the college kid was burning the flags. And y'all have to realize that during the Civil War, the reason why there were so many different flags for the Confederate Union, the flag that they had made, the original, the first three flags they made, they look similar to the one for the United States. And so the soldiers were having a hard time in battle with the smoke flying and the dust flying. They was having a hard time not shooting at each other, at their own infantry ranks, because the flags look so similar. And this is why Robert E. Lee designed that red flag so that it stood out. That's what it was. It wasn't the flag of the Union. It was a battle flag. And that flag got defeated. That's why it doesn't bother me about the Confederate flag. It got beat up. It was left on. It was actually left on the battlefield, and 40 years later, the Women of the Confederacy was a group. You can look it up. They took that beaten flag and resold it. We resold a replica, and they started going around telling lies to the people in the South about how brave and how strong, and how they had the Northerners whipped and they cheated, and Southerners were gentlemen, and they just said the heck with it and walked away and gave them pride and built up this false, this false confidence that yeah, the North won, but we won because they didn't come finished. And that's a mistake that the North made. They didn't come put the boot on the Southerners' neck like they supposed to. They just let them go home. All the soldiers they had killed, all the things they had done, they just let them go home. And it really hurt black people because by them not being punished, they was able to punish us and take it out on us because the North didn't hold their foot on their neck. They was able to increase the pressure. And it wasn't until news cameras came in, but there were plenty of stories about the horrible things going in the South. It wasn't until the news cameras came in. And when they put the children out there to march and they put the dugs and the hoses on them, that's when the white folk in the North said, we got to go down there. What the hell is going on? They didn't care. They didn't follow up. Slavery in Texas continued on for 2 years after the United States ended it. It continued on for 2 years until somebody from the North went down there and said, hey, why are you still doing this? This is how desperate the South was to have slavery. Even with the decree, they still kept going for 2 years. It would still be going today if nobody went down there and took a look. We had a president that was a commander in the army. I believe it was Stonewall Jackson, the one that Donald Trump loved so much. This man was a traitor to the U.S. military, and he became president. Spain used to have Florida, and that's why Georgia was created. They offered all the bums of England, all the half-dead prisoners, prostitutes, drug addicts. They offered them, we'll pay your way to the new world. You don't have to be an indentured servant for 7 years. We'll pay your way. We want you to go settle in Georgia. Georgia was the land that separated the Spaniards from the colonists. South Carolina, I believe, was the last settled area. And what would happen is the Spaniards would sneak up through Georgia and they would attack the Carolinians. So they decided to pay people that were willing to be guinea pigs. And their job, they would give them free land. They were given money to build their own, build houses. That's how Georgia started. Because they were the buffer. When the Spaniards would try to come up and attack the Carolinas, they had them there. And they were expected to hold back the Spaniards until the Minutemen could make it down from North and South Carolina and Virginia. It took weeks. So they were supposed to hold them off. That's what Georgia was created for. And that's why it's always been kind of slimy and because that's what it was built on. The majority of the people were criminals from England. But this general, I believe it was Stonewall Jackson, don't get me if I'm wrong, the one that Donald Trump keep putting over his desk, this crook was told by the United States government to not enter into Florida and start something with the Spaniards. Do not enter into Florida. Leave it alone. When the slaves found this out, they said, hey, they can't come into Florida. Let's sneak. Let's sneak through Georgia and let's go to Florida and let's set up our farms there and we can have a peaceful existence. Well, pretty soon, you know, the colonists found out about it. But the government said you couldn't touch them. Well, one day, Stonewall Jackson got some of his troops and talked them into breaking the law. And they snuck down there. And they drugged back all the black people that were down there minding their business. And the ones they couldn't bring back, they killed them. And they drug them back and gave them back to the slave owners. And that's how he became president. That's how sick and desperate they was to have slaves. You know that Stonewall Jackson should have been court-martialed and hung for betraying the orders of the federal government. Instead, he was made general and then president. That shows you how sick it was back then. How desperate they were to have slaves. The fact that they took on the British military, which had the greatest naval army in the world. And like I was telling you, he had the battle at Fort McHenry in Baltimore. The fort is not that big. I'm going to show y'all one day. They bombarded this fort so horribly, but the people wouldn't quit. And every time the flag started coming down because somebody got shot. Somebody else would go there and hold it up. And there was a mound of bodies the next day when it cleared. They had dropped so many bombs. And the national anthem, they don't play the part, but they talking about the slaves that took the British offer. They said, tear you, may God tear you apart for joining the British. And this is the thing that made a lot of people leave this channel when I said it a couple years ago. And I said it then and I'll say it now. These colonists didn't want to give slavery up. They wanted to be free from the English rule. They wanted freedom, but they wouldn't give freedom to the black people. They wanted to have slavery so much that they took on the biggest army in the world. They desired slavery so much that they went and almost started a war with Spain because some black people had moved there and settled there. It burned them up so much that Stonewall Jackson risked being court-martialed to go down there and drag them people back. They needed slavery so much that they turned on their own country. Stonewall Jackson was a terrorist, and the Southern Confederacy, they are terrorists, no different than Saddam Hussein, no different than the Taliban. They were no different. And yet we got statues up all over the South saying they heroes. That shows you how sick the people is. And we just watched the video where the soldiers are in somebody else's country and they trying to tell them how to run their country based on their own racism. So I ask you again, Papa D, how is 14 million black people supposed to take on 300 million white people? Now, all 300 million of them don't feel that way. But the history shows it takes a while for those that do feel some kind of way to say something or do something. There ain't much black people can do. But these other countries, where they the majority, they can do something. They just won't do it. There's a difference. To the point that even when freed, they still got to pull rank on you. They still can't treat you as an equal. Even when you go to somebody else's country and they see the country don't have the same thoughts, it don't matter. That's a different kind of slavery. That's not the slavery that the world practiced. That's not indentured servitude. Because even free, you still treat it like you're nothing. And this brings us back to the last two generations. Papa D says basically the British people, white people stood up against the U.S. Army. If you were helping us in the war, we love you no matter your color. It would have been nice if the British would have took the men that served with them back. Because I wonder how many of them were slaughtered the minute the British ships left for England. I wonder how many of them tried to make it to Canada but didn't. It's a terrible thing to think of. But that's the past. This is the future. The best thing that black people can do is to assimilate into the culture as best as possible and to earn respect by creating your own businesses and being self sufficient. All will never fully accept you. But luckily, they're not the majority anymore. That's the difference. It's still probably 20% in the nation, especially in the South, but there's some in the North too. Because you see what they do up there in Milwaukee, you see what they do in Kansas, you see what they do in certain places. They out there, you see how Mississippi still is. These people are still being taught that they superior. We still have to look at pictures of a white Jesus. When that dude we looking at is a heroin addict. But see, you can't get mad and you can't blame them because why wouldn't you want your Lord to look like you? I could understand it. Why wouldn't you want your children to have the best? I understand it. But why can't we do the same thing and try to make sure our children have the best? Why can't we create our own businesses so that when our children get out of school, out of college, they can go work and don't have to be at the mercy of somebody that's trying to make sure their kids. But see, if I can't do for mine, I can't do for yours. So we expect them, you know. You saw the fuss about affirmative action. It's 1,000 jobs open on the police force. Affirmative action say, hey, out of that 1,000, 100 of them got to be minority. Oh, that's only 100 jobs out of 1,000. That's not a big deal. They found a way around that. They made the white women a minority. They outnumber the men 4 to 5 to 1 on the planet, but they're a minority. Where are they a minority at? Well, They don't get the same pay in the workplace. They supposed to be home with the kids. Why are they in the workplace? If you take every female and take out the workforce, we don't have enough men to cover the jobs that we have now. We'll have to outsource them. We'll have to bring in people from other countries. If we do it the way God said, the women stay home and they may do whatever the man brought home, they made it work. Isn't that how it's supposed to be? But now, everybody out working, nobody home with the kids. Some people get mad when I say that, especially the women. Well, take that up with God. So I guess we can ready to get flagged again. But that's what he said. Get mad at me, but I'm the messenger. Y'all think that I hate women. No, I don't. But I see what they doing. And they've been doing it since the beginning of time. I love to watch, y'all laugh at me because I like to watch the Hell's Kitchen. Why do I like it? Because they got a men's side, a men's team, and a women's side. The red versus the blue. When they get down to the last five, then they all become one team. But if you notice the cattiness of the women, they get along fine 1 minute, the next minute they want to fight each other. And they always start out, we going to crush the men. And then they start fighting each other. It's amazing. They got a chip on their shoulder. God said man first and then woman second, and they don't want to be second. That's why Eve took that bite of that apple. She didn't want to be second. John the Baptist got his head cut off because he told a man that he wronged for marrying his brother's wife. She didn't like it and got her daughter to get his head cut off. Stuff don't change. Samson and Delilah. Samson had the Philistines scared to bother the Hebrews in that area. She cut the man head off, and she did it several times, and he's stupid because he tried it the first time, she would have been dead. But men are stupid, stupid creatures, and we've been stupid to this day. Because now the women are egging the cops on to shoot the young black men so they can get the lawyer and get the money. Stuff ain't changed. It ain't changed at all. And a lot of y'all get mad at what I say, but you can't dispute it. That's what's killing you. You can't dispute it. What I say is the truth, even if you don't want to hear it. And that's what we do here. We tell the truth. And if we get flagged, we get flagged. We get knocked down, we get knocked down. But we don't stop telling the truth. I welcome anybody to call in. We can go to StreamYards. The number still work though. The number still work, but ain't nobody gonna call because you can't dispute what I say. All we do is tell the truth. And the truth hurts. The truth hurts, but lies kill. When we learn that, we'll have a better society. The truth hurts your feelings. Lies get people killed. It's easier to believe a lie than it is to tell the truth. So where do you lie in a world that's built full of lies? Where do you lie at? Get Jesus in your heart, and he'll tell you. So, all right, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. We ain't go over 6 hours, did we? No, we did 4 hours and 36 minutes. It's 2:10 in the morning here. All right, y'all. So let me get ready to get out of here. As Nia would say, see you soon. As Chung Lee would say, don't leave home without the wasp spray. And as I say, I catch y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great one. We got Bible study tomorrow. We still ain't decided where we're gonna start at. But we haven't done Matthew and Luke yet. But I think I'm thinking about going to Acts. We'll see tomorrow. Y'all have a great day. I'm sorry, a great night. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everybody. Um, I'm thinking about going back to the Reverend channel until April when the flag clears off of this channel. Y'all let me know y'all opinion on it. I'm thinking about going back to the Reverend channel because we don't want to get 2 strikes. And also, I like not having to worry about showing the videos and stuff, which which I enjoy commenting on the news stories. So because monetization wise, we at $4.20, so we ain't nowhere near 100. So might as well go back to the Rev channel and be able to show more content. So y'all take it easy, and I'm out of here. And thanks for watching. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. Hope y'all learned something. Don't get mad. Get the truth and get knowledge. Peace, everybody. We out. Wait a minute. I see it says end screen. So hit that first. End screen. End.